The story begins with the protagonist explaining the future. He knows that 10 years from now, the Federation Kingdom of the East will fall at the hands of the 5 great sins. To prevent that outcome, he has chosen to become their patron. After that declaration, the scene shifts to him sitting alone in his office. His body trembles as fear slowly catches up to him. He never expected this decision to turn into something so serious and overwhelming. He then reflects on how he ended up in this world. In his previous life, he had been a wage slave working 78-hour weeks. One day, he possessed the body of a noble in a fantasy world. It was not entirely bad, but it was far from ideal. Back in the present, he stares at a book in his hands, unable to understand a single word written inside it. He realizes that he cannot read the language of this world. Nearby, a servant notices the situation and internally points out that the book is being held upside down. This leads the protagonist to acknowledge a harsh truth. In this world, he is illiterate and possesses no powers whatsoever. Later, a servant informs him that his meal is ready. He sits at a grand dining table and begins eating. The food tastes surprisingly good, leaving him momentarily satisfied. After the meal, a maid approaches from behind and prepares to help him bathe before bed. As this happens, he recalls the awkward experience of being assisted during bathing. Despite the confusion, he reflects on the comfort of being the young master of a count's family, living a life where he can remain useless and pampered, even though he still has no idea where exactly he is. During the bath, a maid mentions that the other young masters will be returning the next day and advises him to sleep early. This leaves him confused. She then explains that she is referring to Leo and Tonio, the young masters of the household, and wonders why he seems unfamiliar with his own family. The name Palatio suddenly catches his attention. It sounds disturbingly familiar to him. Confusion overwhelms him, and he rubs his head before submerging his face into the bathwater. The maids panic as he does not immediately resurface. As his thoughts spiral, he questions whether he is trapped in a hallucination. Then, memories from his previous life surface. He remembers a game he once played called Psychedelia. He recalls that it was a turn-based RPG he used to play whenever he had free time. No matter which route the player chose, the moment the 5 great sins appeared, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession, the kingdom, its nobility, and the cities would all begin to collapse. Within that game, the Palatio house was a notorious noble family involved in prostitution and drug trafficking, operating an organization known as Avalon. They were part of a subquest that appeared before the main episode even began. The eldest son, Leo Palatio, ruled the world of prostitution, while the second son, Tonio Palatio, controlled the drug trade. When he finally realizes that he has reincarnated into the very same game, devastation hits him. He drops to the ground, fully aware that he now understands exactly where he is. He remembers how the first subquest of the game always began here, involving the investigation of the Palatio house and its illegal activities. Recalling this fills him with disbelief and frustration. The Palatios were among the first to be destroyed by the 5 great sins, even though the subquests here provided a large amount of experience. Only then does he remember the role he played in the game. He was an extra villain, the 3rd son of the Palatio house, Alan Palatio. Later, he lies on his bed, emotionally exhausted, wishing he could return to his old life as an overworked wage slave. Despite living in luxury now, he knows he will die in 10 years. To him, this fate feels worse than months of unpaid wages. He cannot understand why he possessed a fantasy character with no powers when others gained so much more. While crying, he suddenly recalls something important. The concept of powers resurfaces in his mind. As he sits up, a realization forms. Knowing what will happen 10 years into the future is equivalent to being a prophet. This realization sparks a new idea. If he knows the cause of the world's downfall, then removing those causes should be possible. With that thought, he decides to reform the 5 great sins for the sake of securing a peaceful, noble life. He looks out the window and considers the possibility. Since the 5 great sins are still children, it should be achievable, even though he himself possesses no powers. 2 months later, he is seen sitting at his office desk, reviewing documents. A servant approaches and reports that the orphans from the Eastern Orphanage, which was secretly a human testing center, have been rescued. Management of the facility has been entrusted to a girl named Yusha. The servant delivering the report is Evan, Alan's knight. After hearing Evan's report, the protagonist simply closes his eyes and acknowledges Evan's skill. Evan hesitates, uncertain whether the remark was praise, as the protagonist's facial expression gives nothing away. The protagonist confirms it plainly, then forces an awkward smile and expresses his intention to continue working together. Evan reacts with visible discomfort, thinking that he will not get used to that expression anytime soon. To him, the young master used to be far more expressive. At the same time, the protagonist looks at himself in a mirror, adjusting his smile. He reflects that his possession of this body seems to have stopped at the face alone. Evan awkwardly thanks him for the praise. As the protagonist watches him, he reflects on Evan's role in the game's psychedelia. Evan is a rare character who remains honest and loyal even in the middle of endless betrayals. The protagonist remembers hiring him immediately upon finding him. Evan then brings up Yusha, confirming that the operation was done to save her. The protagonist affirms this. Evan admits that he understands why, stating that even from the perspective of a longtime mercenary, Yusha was far from an ordinary child. Evan recalls the moment he first found her, bound inside a cell. Even then, her strength was evident, to the point that he could not understand why she allowed herself to remain imprisoned. Back in the present, Evan wonders why she was not brought to the estate, noting that there was no clear benefit in keeping her there. The protagonist settles more comfortably in his chair and agrees. Outwardly, it might appear that he is neglecting her rather than making use of her. However, internally, he calculates carefully. Leaving her where she is a deliberate part of his plan. Yusha Bludia is a non-human who, in the future, signs a contract with an otherworldly being and becomes the sin of wrath, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands. The protagonist tightens his fist, thinking that she should never become wrath if she grows up in peace. In his mind, this is one landmine successfully dealt with, even if it requires excuses for now. Snapping out of his thoughts, he speaks seriously to Evan and makes it clear that the timing is not right yet. Evan is confused by this explanation, but accepts it. The protagonist instructs him to ensure that no rumors spread and that sufficient funds are provided. He then hands Evan a letter meant for Yusha. The letter is not urgent, but rather intended to check on her condition and offer reassurance after everything she has endured. Evan accepts the task respectfully and promises to deliver it. Sometime later, Evan travels on horseback toward the destination. The protagonist watches him leave from the window, sweat forming on his face. He admits to himself that he does not know whether the letter will truly reassure her, but believes it is worth trying. In his thoughts, he recalls the true purpose of the letter. It is meant to plant a concept he has heard dozens of times before. Memories from his previous life surface, recalling a scene involving an archbishop attempting to calm the sin of wrath through a ritual meant to befriend a non-human. He remembers that in the game, those attempts always failed and the battle inevitably began. Recalling the future villain's attack, he knows that once it reaches that point, it is already too late. However, he reasons that this moment is different. Perhaps it's not too late now. Yawning, he wonders whether he should move on to the next target, since one has already been handled. Even as sweat forms from the weight of his imagination, he acknowledges how absurd it sounds to try to befriend a monster using words alone. Still, considering their belief in otherworldly gods, it might actually work. He reflects that it is difficult to understand how such beings think, concluding that they are closer to fanatics than anything else. Elsewhere, a white-haired girl named Yusha holds the letter Evan delivered. Evan stands before her, overwhelmed by the immense mana radiating from her body. To him, she feels strange, almost devoid of emotion. Yusha asks whether Alan is truly the one who sent the letter. Her expression hardens as she questions why he did not want her by his side. Evan is startled, his mind racing. He struggles to respond while realizing that manifesting mana at this level is something only possible in the Master Realm. He recalls the protagonist's earlier words about timing. Regaining his composure, He explains that the reason is simply that it is not yet time. Upon hearing this, Yusha calms down. She accepts the explanation quietly. Holding the letter close to her chest, she interprets it as a promise that only her master would understand. In that moment, Evan feels a chill and instinctively reaches for his sword. Yusha then smiles brightly. Under a moon glowing red in the night sky, she fully accepts his meaning. This girl is destined to become the sin of wrath, the daughter of monsters, the bloody Queen Yusha. Meanwhile, the protagonist lies comfortably on his bed. He reflects that he has managed to extend his luxurious lifespan, if only by a little. Hugging his pillow, he notices the bright moon outside and takes it as encouragement. With that thought, he resolves to work just as carefully on the next child as well. The protagonist searches through his cupboard, trying to find something specific. In the process, a book suddenly slips free and strikes his head, followed by several others tumbling down and scattering across the floor. Irritated, he looks at the mess and realizes that what he is searching for is not there after all. Inside his thoughts, he admits that trying to find clues about the third boss has been giving him a constant headache. At that moment, Evan enters the room and walks toward him. He reports that they have successfully rescued the second child the protagonist had mentioned. The protagonist responds calmly, confirming whether the child was treated kindly. Evan assures him that this was done properly after rescuing the child from the illegal slave market. Before the conversation can continue, someone suddenly rushes into the room. It is Tonio Palacio, the second son of the county. Tonio immediately begins harassing the protagonist, pressing down on his head and mocking him for holding a book despite being illiterate. When the protagonist does not respond, Tonio increases the pressure, demanding an answer. Inside his mind, the protagonist feels weighed down. Tonio has always been a constant nuisance. He wonders how the original Alan endured this treatment. Though he wants to retaliate, he knows better. Instead, he bows deeply and respectfully, choosing to remove himself from the situation. Tonio reacts by placing his foot on the protagonist's face and forcing him to the floor, clearly satisfied with his dominance. Suddenly, a knife flies in from behind and embeds itself into the wall directly in front of them. A heavy presence fills the room as someone steps forward and silences them with authority, stating that they are being too noisy. Anger flashes across Tonio's face as he reacts. The newcomer makes it clear that he does not want to see blood spilled so early in the day and orders Tonio to leave. This person is revealed to be Leo Palacio, the first son of the county. Tonio responds with a smile, grabbing Leo by the collar and mocking his attitude. Leo answers by raising his knife close to Tonio's neck, warning him to leave while he still can, pointing out the stench of drugs clinging to him. Still on the floor, the protagonist reflects quietly. In the game, the Palacio County disappeared quickly, yet seeing them now makes him realize how dangerous they truly are. Memories from his past life surface. He recalls the subquest involving the investigation of the Palacio County of the Asteria Kingdom, a noble house involved in prostitution, drug distribution, and the operation of an organization called Avalon. Thinking further, he realizes that their power far exceeded what he originally believed. The two brothers are locked in a struggle for the position of family head, one ruling the underworld as the prostitution king, the other managing a massive drug cartel as the drug king. Slowly crawling away from the library hall, the protagonist resolves not to interfere with either of them for the sake of preserving his own life. Evan appears from behind and gently fixes the protagonist's disheveled hair. Internally, the protagonist reaffirms his decision to live quietly as a weak and incompetent bastard child. Once he reaches a sofa, he finally relaxes, letting out a tired sigh. Evan then mentions that the second child they rescued also did not seem ordinary. The protagonist responds weakly, barely lifting his head. Inside his thoughts, Evan struggles to understand how someone like the protagonist managed to uncover information about the illegal slave market and secret bioexperiments occurring in an entirely different region. Observing his exhausted state, Evan senses that the young master is barely holding himself together. The protagonist admits his exhaustion openly. In Evan's mind, the young master feels increasingly strange. Still, he confirms that the rescued child has been sent to an orphanage. The protagonist acknowledges this quietly. Inside his thoughts, the protagonist fixates on Evan's earlier remark. The child was not merely unusual. He was a being of catastrophic scale. Memories resurface again. Within a united kingdom composed of multiple nations, the central power is the Kalian kingdom. The child they rescued from the illegal slave market is none other than Deus Machalian, the second boss of psychedelia. He remembers what happens later. After being sold into slavery and abused as he was passed from place to place, that child becomes the embodiment of one of the 5 deadly sins, the sin of sloth. He eventually annihilates entire kingdoms in unimaginably horrific ways. The protagonist recalls how many players were shocked at this stage of the game, confronted by its cruelty. Back in the present, he drinks tea slowly, his expression tense. Despite the title sin of sloth, Deus was known to be extraordinarily diligent, repaying both kindness and cruelty many times over. That is precisely why the protagonist insisted that Evan treat him with extreme kindness. After a brief pause, another thought surfaces. The events tied to that future are deeply graphic. Still sipping his tea, the protagonist finally reflects on the reason he sent Deus to the orphanage. Once again, it comes down to timing. It is simply not yet time. Evan responds that this was exactly what he expected. He understands that the letter sent to Yusha also concerned the second child. The protagonist confirms this while holding his teacup, noting that he also included a bit of ordinary conversation. In his thoughts, he recalls telling Yusha to take care of the slightly sick child he had entrusted to her. The scene shifts to the orphanage. In an open field surrounded by trees, 2 girls and a boy are playing together. A short distance away, Machalian stands alone, separated from the others. From behind him, a voice emerges, calmly stating that he is broken. It notices the cuts on his palms and identifies them as traces left by something unnatural. After a brief pause, the voice identifies the cause as the black goat. Yusha steps out from the shadows with a faint smile. She remarks that despite everything, the great moon has still chosen him. She encourages him to feel the power he has been granted and to allow his potential to awaken. She explains that if he remains loyal and follows the will of the one above, he will be granted his revenge. Machalian remains tense as Yusha calmly mentions that it is time for her to send her first reply, beginning with a light greeting. Back at his residence, the protagonist sits on the floor, surrounded by books, searching through them with growing frustration. He cannot locate the third boss and feels increasingly irritated by the delay. Suddenly, Evan rushes into the room, visibly shaken. He announces that there is serious trouble, correcting himself as he explains that it involves the second young master. The protagonist reacts in shock, his thoughts immediately racing to the possibility that Tonio might already be dead. The scene transitions to a funeral. Tonio's father sits solemnly as 2 women lean against him, one dressed in red and the other in blue, behaving casually and without restraint. Observing this, the protagonist thinks bitterly about how drugs and women have been brought to his son's funeral. He already knew the Palacio family was deeply flawed, but the reality still leaves an impression of a dark fantasy world. His attention shifts to Tonio's body resting inside the coffin. Tonio's death being ruled as an accidental fall is different from what the protagonist remembers from the game. He recalls the original version of events. In the game, Leo eventually killed Tonio after decades of rivalry and claimed the title of Count Palacio. Leo had cried openly, declaring that he had finally eliminated his brother after all those years. Looking at Leo now, the protagonist notices the unmistakable expression of satisfaction on his face, as if he were thinking of it as a lucky break. The protagonist reflects that Leo could at least try to hide his emotions. He concludes that the culprit must be Leo or one of his followers. Regardless, his focus remains on resolving the threat of the 5 deadly sins. 1 year later, the protagonist explains the situation to Evan over tea. With the succession issue resolved and Leo absorbing the drug business, the county has become noticeably more stable. During breakfast, the protagonist reflects on his correspondence with Yusha. Over time, they have become pen pals. Holding one of her letters, he believes that maintaining contact with her will be useful in the future. As he reads, a faint smile appears on his face. Viewed this way, the children almost seem normal. The letter includes a list of sponsors for the orphanage, which has grown once again. The increasing number of sponsors for such a small orphanage strikes him as unusual but not unwelcome. Evan agrees that while it is strange, it is still a positive development. Evan then recalls something important. Regarding the item the protagonist has been searching for, the Information Guild has reported that they have found a clue. The protagonist feels immediate relief. In his thoughts, he assumes it must be an ancient book related to the third boss and feels satisfied that he will finally be able to locate them as well. Later, he reflects quietly that everything seems to be progressing smoothly. It feels like a peaceful evening. Suddenly, a scream breaks the calm. The scene shifts to a drug distribution site in Margot. Two men walk together, one casually tossing an object into the air. The short-haired man comments on how generous the eldest son of the Palacio family is, frequently offering large rewards. His long-haired companion notes that their organization now numbers several hundred members. They soon encounter corpses scattered across the ground, soaked in blood. The long-haired man remarks that it is almost complete. More figures appear, revealing that those lying on the ground were their own companions. Panic spreads as some of them realize they can no longer control their bodies. Hands move on their own, turning weapons inward. Screams echo as they are forced to kill themselves, unable to resist. From the shadows, a motionless figure emerges, radiating an unnatural presence. From behind that figure, Yusha steps forward. She remarks that she enjoyed the puppet show and notes that there is still more to report. The shadowy figure questions the purpose of this act. Yusha asks whether pity is the reason. The figure's face is revealed to be Macallion. He explains that he does not pity them, but acknowledges that they ground people down to create drugs. He simply questions whether this truly serves his revenge. Yusha answers calmly, explaining that it does help. Creating space is necessary for his return. With a smile, she adds that the place must not be left in ruins when he arrives. Macallion accepts her explanation. The two of them slowly rise into the air, their powers lifting them effortlessly. Yusha declares that everything will proceed according to his will, and that they, the Blue Moon, shall act as his sword. The scene ends with the image of a circle carved into the city road, a crescent moon etched clearly within it. The scene begins with the protagonist reflecting on the passage of time. 2 years have passed since he began corresponding with Yusha as a pen pal. Evan searches for the protagonist, clearly exhausted. While looking for him, he stumbles and falls to the ground. Still lying there, he announces his return and realizes that the protagonist is in the backyard. Despite his fatigue, Evan raises his thumb cheerfully and reports that the 5th child has also been successfully sent to the orphanage. Covering his mouth, the protagonist reflects internally that during this period, he has managed to save the remaining 3 sins as well. He sits down on the floor and offers Evan a piece of cake. Evan crawls closer, grumbling weakly as he accepts it. The protagonist tosses a few macarons into the air for Evan to catch, thinking back on the difficulty he had locating Greed, the 3rd one. However, having Evan work alongside him while using his knowledge of the game has proven effective. The protagonist acknowledges Evan's efforts and tells him that he can finally rest. While eating the macarons, Evan asks whether that concludes all duties related to the orphanage. The protagonist confirms that it does. Hearing this, Evan feels a deep sense of relief. Lying on the ground and staring up at the blue sky, Evan asks whether the protagonist is happy. The protagonist answers that he is, though Evan points out that he does not look like it. The protagonist tries to force a smile by pulling at his cheeks, insisting that he is smiling. Internally, Evan decides to simply accept it as such. The protagonist stretches and then lies down beside him, staring upward. He admits to himself that he never expected things to go this smoothly. His thoughts drift back to the game. The bosses of Psychedelia became the 5 sins as a result of horrific past experiences. Even though this is the timeline before they became sins, the chances of saving all of them before those events occurred had been slim. He had been worried that he might rescue them only after they had already been broken. Returning to the present, the protagonist asks about the orphanage. Evan hands him a letter and reports that, as usual, things are going well. He adds that the children once looked like broken dolls, but they have brightened considerably. As the protagonist opens the letter, he comments that it seems unnecessary to hire a separate caretaker. Internally, he admits that he did not expect Yusha to handle things so well. After a brief pause, he wonders whether her background makes her more sentimental toward the orphanage. He concludes that she would likely dislike further interference. While reading the letter, he reflects quietly that Yusha is, in some ways, genuinely kind. Evan asks whether the letter contains anything important. The contents describe how everyone is doing well, that a few children in particular are growing steadily, that there is no need to worry about Deus, and that the other children are also doing fine. Images form of the orphanage children playing together, with Yusha gently guiding another girl by the hand. Back in the present, the protagonist closes his eyes and feels a quiet sense of relief. He is simply glad that they all appear to be growing up well. Reading further, he concludes that environment truly is the most important factor in shaping their futures. Evan steps closer and asks when the protagonist plans to meet the children. He reminds him that the protagonist always says the time will come. The protagonist hesitates, trails off, and then reflects internally that he does not plan on meeting them at all. Gripping his head, tears forming, he admits to himself that while staying close to them would be nice, their in-game personalities still frighten him. Perhaps this fear comes from how brutal the process of becoming Sins once was. Even though he rescued them before those events occurred, the fear has not completely faded. Covering his mouth, sweating slightly, he gives Evan a vague answer, suggesting that perhaps 5 years from now. Evan accepts this explanation without pressing further. The scene shifts to the protagonist's training. He creates 2 dark, crackling spheres of energy that hover in the air as the atmosphere around them churns violently. Internally, he reminds himself that regardless of everything else, he needs the skills to protect himself in this harsh world. Evan watches quietly, noting in his thoughts that magical talent is necessary for such feats, and that this body is exceptionally suited for it. He then asks whether the protagonist has heard of an organization known as the Blue Moon. The protagonist disperses the energy spheres and reacts with confusion, having never heard of them. Evan explains that the group has recently gained notoriety for dismantling criminal organizations. The protagonist absorbs the information calmly, thinking that cleaning up criminals is commendable work. Privately, he assumes that since he has never heard of them before, they will likely disappear soon. Evan hesitates and adds that the group has even been killing nobles. He had assumed the protagonist would already know. After a brief pause, the protagonist suddenly calls out to Evan and insists that he sleep near his room from now on. The scene shifts to the orphanage at night under a dark blue sky. Inside, a meeting is underway as a woman begins reviewing the Blue Moon's weekly report. It is revealed that the speaker is Yusha, who proceeds to ask about developments in the north. A girl with fox-like ears, golden short hair, and a tail responds with a smug expression, casually stating that she eliminated all the slave traders. She is revealed to be Sealrang, the sin of pride. Demonstrating her abilities, Sealrang leaps high into the air, boasting internally that none of her targets even realized who she was. While still airborne, she addresses another girl in a green dress who is quietly reading nearby, commenting arrogantly on her clothing and recalling how she spared no one who failed to answer her questions. The report continues under the glow of the blue moon. The girl in the green dress responds to Sealrang with an unusual expression, calmly stating that the corpses had melted. She is revealed to be Rinna, the sin of greed. The scene widens to show 2 boys who have also been present in the room. One stands quietly against the wall, while the other sits casually on the steps. The boy on the steps speaks up, directing his report to Rinna, stating that he has also finished handling the South. The focus shifts closer to him as he explains that he eliminated the illegal human testing grounds and dealt with the Avalon group that had been causing trouble. With a confident expression, he adds that he reduced them to nothing but minced remains. His identity is revealed as Raiden, the sin of misophobia, marked by his long white hair and glowing blue eyes. Yusha responds with approval, remarking that everything will proceed according to his will. Seorang then declares loudly that they exist for the sake of the Great Moon. It becomes clear that they are members of a secret organization that worships the Great Moon, known as the Blue Moon. Suddenly, someone among them raises a concern, stating that there appears to be a problem. Yusha questions how there could be any issue when everything is proceeding perfectly under his will. A boy with short black hair steps forward, holding a letter. He explains that the head of Avalon is the eldest son of a count family, and that while cleaning up the South, he discovered a dangerous written order. After a brief pause, he adds that the eldest son appears to be targeting their leader. Yusha reacts with shock before composing herself and acknowledging the situation. A crimson, mystical energy begins to radiate from her body, glowing like fire and illuminating the entire room. Seorang and Rinna instinctively react with fear, sweat forming on their faces as they look toward her. Yusha examines the letter more closely. It contains an order instructing that after the Count's death, poison should be administered slowly to kill him. Filled with restrained fury, Yusha crushes the paper in her hand. 2 years later, the scene shifts. The protagonist stands in his home alongside Evan and 4 servants. Before them lies the body of his father, Count Palacio, resting in a coffin. The protagonist states that his father has died. Inwardly, he reflects that while the official cause was heart failure, it was clear that death resulted from an overdose. From behind, Leo's shocked voice carries through the hall, reacting to news that the Blue Moon has struck again. Soldiers confirm that an attack occurred the previous night. Leo questions whether everyone was wiped out once more. Watching the exchange, the protagonist notes internally that people have become increasingly wary of the Blue Moon. As he leaves the funeral hall with Evan, he reflects that the Count's death ended quietly, without a single mourner. Leo watches them leave from the side, his gaze cold and sharp. The scene transitions to the protagonist's room. Evan asks what he plans to do next. The protagonist rummages through bags and trunks while Evan watches in confusion, wondering why so many bags have been prepared. The protagonist instructs Evan to get his belongings ready. Standing up, he hands Evan a bag and informs him that they are leaving. Evan reacts in disbelief, questioning whether he truly intends to run away. The protagonist clarifies that they are not leaving entirely, but heading downward. Evan lifts several bags and asks whether he means Rod Mill. The protagonist confirms, explaining that he has been planning to relocate to a small town south of Palacio called Rod Mill. As the carriage departs, Leo watches them from his window, anger etched across his face. Time passes quietly. The protagonist is shown cooking, flipping toast and omelets in the air, as he and Evan live peacefully and comfortably in Rod Mill. 3 days later, everything changes. The protagonist is once again standing in the funeral hall, clutching his head in disbelief and frustration. He realizes that he has returned, only to find himself attending his brother's funeral. Confused and shaken, he struggles to understand why his brother has already died, knowing the timing should have been different. Examining Leo's body, he concludes that the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. He wonders who could have carried out the killing. As he attempts to question a servant about the cause of death, the servant reacts strangely, apologizing repeatedly for making eye contact. Another servant quickly pulls him away. The protagonist questions what is wrong, clearly unsettled. At that moment, Evan rushes over. The protagonist asks whether he has discovered anything. Evan hesitates before leaning in close, lowering his voice as he asks whether the protagonist was responsible for making Avalon disappear overnight. Hearing this, the protagonist glances toward the surrounding servants, confusion spreading across his face as he quietly questions the accusation. The scene shifts into the past, returning to the day Alan left for Rod Mill. The chariot departs from the Palacio estate, heading south. From inside the chariot, Evan calls out to the young master. Both Evan and the protagonist sit across from each other as the wheels roll forward. Evan suggests that it might be better to head to a city instead. The protagonist responds vaguely, clearly still thinking. Internally, he firmly rejects the idea. Rod Mill is the final destination he carefully planned. Saving the 5 great sins from misfortune and preventing the world's ruin all hinge on this decision. As he looks out at the passing scenery, He continues thinking that Rodmill has no involvement in the original story. The palatial villa is also located there, making it the ideal place for a noble to live quietly. He resolves to take it easy and do absolutely nothing. Coming back to the present moment, he tells Evan that everything has a reason. Evan responds with annoyance, pointing out that the protagonist always says things like that when he is completely unbothered. The protagonist simply remarks that good things are great. Elsewhere, Leo stands at a window, watching the chariot disappear into the distance. Anger fills his thoughts as he debates whether to kill his brother. He concludes that it would not matter whether Alan lived or died, since he had already planned to poison him after their father's death. A man enters the room and bows respectfully, but Leo continues thinking. Alan had claimed he was quietly heading to the border, leaving Leo with no immediate reason to kill him. Still, unease lingers. Leo wonders whether the situation with Avalon is deteriorating. Gripping the railing tightly, he admits to himself that Alan simply irritates him. Leo finally gives an order, instructing the man, Alman, to follow the carriage. Alman asks whether this means he should kill the target. Leo reacts sharply, shocked by the question. He realizes that Alman has never questioned his commands before, making the sudden hesitation deeply unsettling. Alman stands before him, sword in hand. Leo angrily begins to shout that Alman's job is to obey orders, but before he can finish, the sword is driven straight into his chest. Leo gasps in agony, disbelief flooding his face as he tries to stop the blade from going any deeper. Struggling for breath, Leo demands to know how Alman could betray him. Alman responds calmly, saying that he enjoys playing war. As he presses the sword in further, he adds that it had been fun until now. It is then revealed that this man is not truly Alman, but Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon. Internally, Haydn reflects on the creed taught by the Red Moon. As the Blue Moon serves as that man's sword, it is only natural that he moves according to his wishes. He declares that if anyone attempts to harm the Great Moon, he will act on his own judgment. With brutal force, Haydn pulls the sword from Leo's chest, blood spraying across the room. Leo collapses, trembling in pain and disbelief. Haydn tells him that this is exactly why he had been waiting for Leo to say those words. He remarks that it took Leo 2 full years to finally speak them. Leo weakly claims that his subordinates will not allow Haydn to escape. Haydn replies with absolute confidence, stating that with Leo's words, Avalon will disappear from the continent forever. He adds quietly that it is unfortunate. Leaping out through the window, Haydn tells Leo that the Great Moon had given him chance. The scene shifts to Rodmill under a bright, peaceful morning sky. The protagonist wakes up in his bed and cheerfully greets the day. Internally, he thinks that Rodmill truly feels like heaven. Sitting up, he reassures himself that it is yet another peaceful day. The protagonist wakes with a cheerful expression, thinking about the freedom of his current life. He wakes whenever he wants and eats whatever he feels like. The scene shifts to the dining hall, where he and Evan enjoy breakfast together in a relaxed atmosphere. As he eats, he reflects on how he is finally living the life of a true noble. Tasting the toast he made himself, he briefly wonders whether opening a toast stand would actually be a good idea. Evan then takes out a letter and hands it to him. While still chewing, the protagonist reacts casually and opens it, wondering what it could be about. The moment he reads it, the toast slips from his hand. Fear flashes across his face as he realizes that his brief taste of freedom has come to an end after only 4 days. He explains that this is how he ended up returning to the Palatial estate. The scene shifts to the present, inside the funeral hall during Leo's funeral. Noticing the servants' strange behavior, the protagonist silently questions their reactions. Evan then asks him when he became the shadow leader, leaving him completely confused. As he processes everything, the protagonist realizes that he has somehow been placed in the center of an absurd chain of overlapping circumstances. He and Evan sit on a bench in a quiet corner of the funeral hall. With a heavy expression and tears welling in his eyes, he asks Evan to explain why he's been labeled the villain. Evan calmly explains that the protagonist is the only one who benefits from the current situation. After they left the estate, Leo, was murdered, and the protagonist now possesses the perfect alibi to inherit the title of Count. The words leave him stunned. Evan continues, explaining that Avalon has completely disappeared, and with Leo gone, nothing stands in the protagonist's way anymore. The implication settles heavily in the air. Before the protagonist can respond, a servant approaches and formally identifies him as the shadow leader who orchestrated the assassination of a swordmaster. Confused and irritated, the protagonist questions the situation, his thoughts spiraling as he wonders where he could even begin to untangle this mess. No ordinary organization should be capable of eliminating a major underworld figure so quickly. He then recalls the existence of an organization known for hunting other organizations. Evan confirms that he is referring to the Blue Moon, but quickly clarifies that the Information Guild has ruled them out. The Blue Moon is known to leave behind a mark rather than corpses, whereas Avalon's members were clearly killed by sword wounds. Evan concludes that the road to hell has already been opened. Annoyed, the protagonist realizes this is why he is now being branded as the shadow leader responsible for killing a swordmaster. Internally, he rejects the idea that the Blue Moon is involved. In the original game, they vanish before the main story even begins. That leaves one unsettling question unanswered. The scene shifts to the orphanage, where Yusha calmly asks whether any traces were left behind. Rinna confidently reports that nothing remains. At the same time, Sealrang casually spins her knife, confirming the same, adding that only corpses were found. A new presence enters the room, reporting his return. The boy states that 486 soldiers of Avalon remain, exactly as instructed. Raiden then adds that he personally cut them all in half. Yusha reacts with quiet satisfaction. In her thoughts, she considers the outcome perfect. She reflects that Avalon, once a massive organization dominating the Asteria Kingdom, was reduced to nothing in just 5 days. Raiden then points out that the cleanup was not entirely flawless. When questioned, he presents a file containing information on nobles connected to Avalon, specifically highlighting the deep ties to the Altea Dukedom. After reading it, Yusha acknowledges that he already understands what must be done. Raiden agrees to handle the matter quietly. The scene opens with Yusha giving firm instructions, making it clear that everyone already understands what must be done. The group exchanges glances before Raiden responds with quiet confidence, indicating that he will handle the matter discreetly. Hearing this, Yusha finally allows herself a small moment of relief. Still holding the same file, she turns her attention to Rinna and confirms that the Information Guild side has been properly cleaned. Rinna produces a letter to show her, while Sealrang attempts to snatch it away playfully. Rinna explains that the situation is being handled separately from the Blue Moon. The black-haired boy adds that all guilds behave similarly, referring to the so-called Hell sword created by the Swordmaster. Rinna asks whether she should continue monitoring movements. Yusha, clutching the file close to her chest, agrees without hesitation. She emphasizes that this matter must never reach the ears of that person, reminding them that this warning has already been repeated many times. The black-haired boy points out that since that person's family acted first, this was not an order. With unwavering resolve, he affirms that they exist as swords. Yusha responds sharply, reinforcing that a sword must never think for itself. Pointing toward the crescent blue moon, she stresses that the blue moon moves only by command and reminds them that that person knows everything. The room falls silent as fear spreads among them, sweat forming on their faces. After a brief pause, Yusha issues one final warning, telling them never to disappoint him. The black-haired boy watches her closely, confusion stirring within him. Despite Yusha's overwhelming abilities, she seems plagued by anxiety and restlessness, all stemming from her fear of being discovered. Pushing those thoughts aside, he takes the file from her and acknowledges the order. The scene shifts to the exterior of the orphanage. From within, voices echo with devotion to the great moon. The focus then returns to the protagonist, seated in his office and surrounded by stacks of documents, books, and scattered papers. Visibly exhausted, he reaches his limit. Tears spill from his eyes as he reflects on the month of relentless duties that followed the funeral, leaving him completely overwhelmed. All he wants is to laze around and eat, wondering if that isn't what nobles are supposed to do. His thoughts drift as he recalls that even though he has made enemies, Leo's death was not supposed to happen for another 6 years. However, because the order of the brothers' deaths changed the course of the game, all the accumulated family responsibilities fell onto him as the heir. A servant's voice interrupts his thoughts, and soon 5 servants enter the office carrying books, documents, and scrolls. The sight alone drains him further. As he watches them, he wonders why everyone is suddenly working so hard. When the Count was alive, they were known for slacking off and skipping duties. The servants, noticing the protagonist's unusual behavior, grow visibly nervous. One worries that he might be angry. Another resolves to work even harder. A third, overwhelmed by fear, simply hopes to survive. The protagonist, puzzled by their reactions, wonders if the rumors of him being a secret mastermind have made the staff overly strict and cautious. He questions why they hesitate to approach him when called, reflecting on how he is still, at heart, just a former slave who wants to do his job quietly. He wishes the staff would handle matters on their own without forcing him to intervene. The scene changes to an outdoor setting where meat and potatoes roast over an open fire. Evan approaches and addresses the protagonist. He remarks on how astonishing it is that the protagonist has reached the 2nd tier after only 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft. Such progress usually requires 4 years of formal instruction, and magic itself often demands innate talent. The protagonist eats a roasted potato from a skewer while simultaneously practicing magic, forming faintly sparking electrical spheres. He casually acknowledges that his talent is fairly decent. Internally, he reflects that his intense training was driven by unease and a need for self-defense. Evan, observing closely, considers how controlling mana is essential for such progress. Meanwhile, the protagonist grows frustrated, realizing that half-baked ability offers little reassurance. Looking at the magical sphere hovering above his palm, he acknowledges that he has already experimented with nearly every type of magic in this fantasy world. At first, it had been exciting. He assures himself that if his plans succeed, nothing dangerous should happen, and that he can continue learning at a steady pace. Yet the truth soon surfaces in his mind. Despite all his effort, his mana haul is extremely small. Pointing toward the roof in frustration, he feels that nothing is working out. Recalling his experience from the game, he compares innate mana capacity to an athlete's natural weight class. No matter how much training he undergoes, his mana haul remains severely limited, and no amount of effort can truly compensate for it. After some time, as he continues sitting with Evan, a thought surfaces in his mind. If nothing else works, there is still one remaining method. Soon after, Evan presents him with a letter, revealing that an invitation to a ball has finally arrived. The protagonist is momentarily confused by the idea. The scene transitions to a grand royal hall filled with elite nobles attending the event. The protagonist enters alongside Evan and immediately feels drained by the atmosphere. This is revealed to be a regular aristocratic ball in the southern Asteria kingdom, meant for noble exchange and networking. Knowing he is soon to become a count, the protagonist considers using the opportunity to form connections. He adjusts his attire with seriousness, while Evan casually observes. As he walks through the hall, he reminds himself that noble connections are essential for a peaceful future. However, when he attempts to greet others, they recoil in fear and distance themselves from him. Evan reacts lightly, but the protagonist is unsurprised, knowing his reputation precedes him. He parts ways with Evan, aware that many nobles look down on him for his background and lack of refinement. He reflects on how the Palacio family has become infamous, unlike in his great-grandfather's era. Taking a glass of wine, he carefully observes its aroma and flavor, noting its distinct qualities and deciding he would like to keep some at home. He reminds himself that a gentle smile is a key social tool. However, his actions only seem to frighten others further, leading to misunderstandings and whispered rumors about his intentions. As Evan later rejoins him, casually enjoying the food, the protagonist realizes that the situation has completely deviated from his expectations. Evan notes how the protagonist's collection of gifts and goods has grown significantly. Despite studying wine seriously, the protagonist feels more isolated than ever. Watching nobles avoid him entirely, he reflects that his social life has effectively collapsed. Choosing to step away, he heads to the balcony for fresh air, while Evan remains behind. Alone on the balcony, the protagonist wonders where everything went wrong. Suddenly, a calm and refined presence approaches from behind. Surprised that someone would speak to him at all, he turns to see a young woman in a green dress with matching eyes. She introduces herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. Recognizing the name, the protagonist immediately understands the significance. The Altea family is one of the three major shadow powers of Psychedelia, known as the Northern Troublemakers. With unease, he realizes there is no chance she is an ordinary noble. Searching his memories of the game, he finds no recollection of her presence at all. With visible hesitation, Loria makes a direct request, asking for his help. She then reveals, with quiet fear, that she is about to be assassinated. The scene continued on the balcony of the ballroom. Loria stood before the protagonist, openly pleading for his help and revealing that her life was in danger due to an impending assassination. The protagonist listened with a calm and unreadable expression, offering no immediate response. As Loria began explaining her background, the protagonist paid little attention to her words. Instead, he analyzed the situation internally, recognizing that she had been protected only because of her status as the Duke's illegitimate daughter. With Duke Altea's condition deteriorating, that protection was clearly fading. When Loria expressed fear that her older sisters would soon kill her, the conclusion became obvious to him. This was a mutual downfall scenario. He reflected on his past experiences with the game and realized why her existence felt unfamiliar. She must have already been dead before the relevant events ever unfolded, which explained her absence from his memories. When she tried to appeal to his strength and reputation, he calmly declined. Loria then attempted to negotiate, offering half of the Altea family's fortune in exchange for her survival. Despite sympathizing with her situation, the protagonist chose to leave. As he walked away, sweat forming on his face, he admitted to himself that he was in no position to help anyone. The rumors surrounding him exaggerated his influence, and giving her false hope would only make things worse. Before fully exiting, he paused briefly, offering her silent goodwill and hoping she would find a more reliable ally. Unbeknownst to him, two shadowy figures observed the exchange from above. They discussed how Altea had already made contact with the so-called Great Moon and noted that Loria was the only member of the Altea family not tied to Avelion. This distinction removed her from Raiden's list of targets. With that clarification, they decided to proceed according to the Red Moon's command, focusing on eliminating the remaining Alteas and suppressing information so the Avalon matter would never reach the protagonist. Back inside the hall, the protagonist noticed the area around him had grown strangely empty. He wondered if something about him instinctively drove people away. At that moment, a woman in a red dress approached and greeted him. For a brief second, he believed this might finally be a normal social interaction. However, the moment he recognized her face, his expectations vanished. She was another shadow player, someone he clearly remembered from the game. The realization was immediate. No one approached him without a reason, and trouble always followed. He acknowledged her politely, addressing her by name, which visibly surprised her. Her reputation was well known across the kingdom. His mind raced as he recalled the three great shadow powers of the Asteria kingdom: Altea of the north, Palatio of the east, and Zenonia of the west. While Palatio operated like a violent gang, Zenonia was closer to a refined and highly organized criminal syndicate. Understanding exactly who stood before him filled him with unease. All he wanted was stability, a peaceful, noble life built on useful and safe connections. Even though his situation was already unraveling, getting involved with her would only accelerate the collapse. He maintained courtesy, complimenting her appearance with a slight bow. She responded warmly and expressed interest in continuing their conversation. Despite her invitation, the protagonist declined, remaining aware of the many eyes watching them from the hall. The protagonist felt a quiet sense of fear toward the woman in red. Internally, he wished only to be left alone and for the situation to pass without further complications. The woman, wearing a gentle smile, seemed amused by his reaction. She made a brief remark that aligned him with the rumors surrounding his name, then calmly expressed that she looked forward to meeting him again before walking away. Left behind, the protagonist remained confused, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Elsewhere, Rinne and Haydn remained positioned in the attic of the hall. Rinne confirmed that information regarding the Avalon case was being successfully contained. Haydn, however, raised a new concern. Someone else was still keeping watch over the protagonist. At that moment, a strange individual could be seen observing him from afar, perched silently on a tree branch outside a window. Back in the hall, the protagonist drank his wine with a troubled expression. The surrounding nobles continued to distance themselves from him, their fear evident. One of the men nearby sensed that they were being monitored. Meanwhile, Rinne and Haydn began moving across the attic to leave the hall. With no new orders issued, they resolved to continue surveillance before eliminating the observers. The scene later shifted to a canyon. Evan questioned whether this was truly the correct location, expressing unease at the unnatural darkness lingering inside despite it being midday. The protagonist studied the terrain closely, tightening his fist as recognition set in. This was his true objective. The terrain matched perfectly, leaving no doubt. Evan nervously hoped their search would not be in vain again. The protagonist reassured him calmly, already recalling past experiences. In the game, this place had been easy to locate. His journey south under the pretense of attending the ball had always been about this location. Hidden within the canyon was the Labyrinth of Whispers, a structure containing 8 rooms filled with riddles. Solving them all granted a powerful artifact. Confident, the protagonist reflected on how thoroughly he had memorized every route and puzzle. It was finally time to put that knowledge to use. Standing before the entrance, he felt a quiet sense of awe. Seeing the labyrinth in reality felt different from experiencing it countless times in the game. The canyon's interior felt artificial, as though it had been deliberately constructed. Evan questioned how the protagonist even knew about such a place. The protagonist answered vaguely, implying prior familiarity. This shocked Evan, who struggled to understand how someone who rarely left the estate could possess such knowledge. Realizing his slip, the protagonist quickly brushed it off and encouraged them to move forward. As they advanced, flying beasts suddenly appeared, only to be crushed by enormous stone hands that descended from above. Evan was visibly shaken, recognizing that incorrect answers would result in merciless punishment. The protagonist, however, remained calm as he worked through the riddles. Evan watched in confusion, unable to comprehend how the young master could remain so composed. Despite working together for 4 years, he still could not discern any pattern in the protagonist's actions. His missions had always seemed random, eliminating criminal groups, repaying debts, saving orphans, aiding slaves, and delivering messages with no apparent meaning. Yet every action somehow led to a positive result. As the massive stone hands loomed nearby, Evan continued to wonder how the protagonist knew so much about this place despite rarely venturing beyond the estate. Soon after, the mechanism responded correctly, and the gate began to open once the process completed. Watching the entrance slowly open, Evan felt a growing sense of unease. He could not help but wonder what the protagonist was truly planning this time. As the beasts were crushed under the descending stone hands, blood and torn flesh splattered across the chamber. The protagonist forced himself not to look, feeling nauseated as the sight overwhelmed him. Relief only came when the door finally opened, confirming that the ordeal was over. Evan, watching the destruction come to an end, quietly relaxed as well, convinced that the danger had passed. Beyond the open door lay a vast chamber overflowing with treasure. Gold and valuables filled the space, and at the far end stood a small stone hand placed upon a table. Multiple rings adorned its fingers. The protagonist focused immediately on a single black ring, deciding that it was the only item worth taking. As he picked up the ring, Evan gathered a handful of gold bars, clearly puzzled by the choice. The protagonist dismissed the rest of the treasure, judging that taking anything else would only invite unnecessary trouble. Holding the black ring, the protagonist recognized it as the Oath of Restraint, the artifact he had been seeking. Confident that no danger awaited them on the way back, he proceeded toward the exit. Evan followed, still uncertain. As they left the treasure room, the protagonist reflected that navigating the labyrinth had been easy thanks to his knowledge of the game's route. Evan, however, sensed that something was wrong and suspected the protagonist had anticipated more than he let on. That suspicion proved correct. The rock piles scattered throughout the canyon began to shift, revealing themselves as golems. One after another, they rose from the stone, gripping sharp spears. Evan immediately assessed the situation as a worst-case scenario, preparing himself to fight while prioritizing the protagonist's safety. The protagonist stopped him and took responsibility for the threat himself. Evan was shocked, unable to understand why escape was not the first priority. Before further action could be taken, the protagonist struck the golems directly, making it clear that ordinary magic would not be enough. Turning his attention to the ring, the protagonist activated the artifact. As he raised his hand, a void opened in the sky. From within it came a presence that addressed him directly, recognizing him as one who carried a fragment of a greater will. The voice demanded 2 self-imposed restrictions in exchange for power. The protagonist recalled how this moment appeared in the game as a choice window, yet hearing a voice made the experience feel disturbingly real. Within the void, a faint human-like visage emerged, revealing the true nature of the Oath of Restraint. It was an absorption-type artifact that allowed its user to gain power by limiting themselves. Acknowledging this, the protagonist declared his first restriction. He would always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when casting magic. When asked what he desired in return, he requested greater authority to bend the laws of the world. The restriction was accepted. He then declared the second restriction, vowing to strictly chant the words of Babylonia whenever using magic. In return, he demanded even greater power to defy the world's laws. When no immediate response followed, doubt crept in. He reviewed every detail, confident that combining both restrictions granted the highest possible magical output. He had memorized every configuration through repeated gameplay. It had to work. At last, the voice confirmed the second grant. It acknowledged him as one who remembered the forgotten gestures and mysteries of a lost god and expressed gratitude toward him as an inheritor of that will. The meaning of those words confused the protagonist, but his attention shifted as the black ring on his thumb began to dissolve into his body. The absorption confirmed that the restriction had been successfully applied. The voice declared that it would continue to watch him before fading away. Time resumed. The golems were once again mid-motion, about to strike. Evan instinctively moved to shield the protagonist, convinced that second-tier magic would not be sufficient. Returning fully to the present, the protagonist summoned a sphere of lightning in his hand. Despite pouring all of his mana into it, the spell appeared weak and unimpressive. He acknowledged the truth calmly. No matter how much he trained, this had always been his limit. That realization was precisely why he had chosen to test the restriction and the price he had paid for it. As the protagonist prepared to attack, he formed a magical electric sphere between his hands. While doing so, he focused inward, deciding that this was the moment to test the restriction and the price he had paid for it. He began chanting measured words while performing precise hand gestures, steadily reinforcing the spell. With each incantation and movement, the small sphere of electricity expanded, growing larger and denser. The magic intensified until the sphere became massive, surging forward and engulfing the golems in its path. The destructive force pulverized the stone constructs completely. Columns shattered into fragments, and the remains were reduced to dust that scattered across the cavern. Evan watched in stunned silence, unable to process what he had just witnessed. As they moved through the debris of broken stone and collapsed golems, Evan could not hide his disbelief. He wondered whether the protagonist had been concealing his true strength all along. The protagonist denied it calmly, stating that what had just occurred was not something he himself had anticipated. Evan, still shaken, reflected on his 15 years as a mercenary, and acknowledged that he had never seen anything like it before. He questioned whether such power could truly be attributed to second circle magic. The protagonist confirmed that it was. Privately, the protagonist revisited his past experiences with the game. What had happened differed greatly from how things worked there. In the turn-based battle system of Dealer, magic could be enhanced incrementally each turn through hand signs or incantations, each providing a modest increase in power. This time, however, he had reinforced the chain lightning spell through multiple layers of incantations and gestures, effectively stacking enhancements over several cycles. What he had executed was equivalent to configuring a large-scale lightning spell rather than a basic one. Beyond that, his newly imposed restrictions required him to always use both hand signs and incantations when casting magic. Combined, those limitations appeared to amplify the spell repeatedly, far beyond what he had expected. As they exited the cave, the protagonist reflected soberly on the outcome. Even second circle magic had proven excessive under these conditions. The result had surpassed his expectations and genuinely caught him off guard. Evan, equally drained, felt a sense of relief as they finally emerged from the canyon. Exhaustion caught up to him, and he sat down on a nearby rock, finding the experience more tiring than the battle itself. He wondered who could have created such an unpleasant place. The protagonist paused, considering something he had not thought about before. The Maze of Whispers had another name. The dungeon's layout and strategies had once circulated on community forums, where players frequently referred to it by a different title. Pauleon. According to developer commentary, the maze belonged to someone by that name. Because the dungeon allowed infinite retries without penalty, it eventually became known as the Maze of Pauleon. He muttered this realization aloud without much thought. Evan reacted with confusion, prompting the protagonist to change the subject. He pulled Evan up by the arms and urged him forward, directing their focus toward returning east. He acknowledged Evan's efforts over the past 3 weeks and mentioned that there was something he intended to do once they returned. With that, the two of them continued onward, leaving the labyrinth behind. As they continued walking, Ivan reflected inwardly, realizing that the young master was far more diligent than his appearance suggested. While supporting Ivan as they moved, the protagonist recalled his past experiences in detail. In the game's mechanics, choosing a hand sign that matched a spell's attribute increased its power, while selecting the correct incantation enhanced the spell's properties. That was how it had always worked. In the game, however, the visuals never changed, and only numerical values increased. This time was different. With each incantation, the spell itself had visibly altered in shape. The protagonist considered this carefully. Even though his mana pool was undeniably small, it was possible that his precise control over mana allowed him to perceive and induce these transformations more clearly than others. When they reached their horses, he decided that further testing would be necessary once his mana had fully recovered. For now, it was enough that everything had ended safely. From a distance, a figure concealed in darkness observed them. The watcher was Rina. She leapt toward the cave wall and examined the ancient calligraphy carved into it. The glyphs belonged to the era of the forgotten outer gods, written in the language of the Alanef Empire. The inscription spoke of a friend left behind by the coward Pauleon. As Rina studied the text, fragments of ancient history surfaced in her mind. The figure praised in the inscription was the brilliant emperor known as Pauleon the Great, the one who had halted the invasion of the Black Entities and stood victorious against Alakalaka, the devourer of citizens' hearts. Rina possessed this knowledge because she had been born with the ancient library, a gift granted alongside her great mission. She quietly connected the realization. The one who had created the maze was indeed Pauleon. Her thoughts returned to the protagonist. She had suspected his uniqueness ever since the Bloody Queen began following him, something found only in historical records. Still, she had not expected the Great Moon to be connected to Pauleon himself. Even more unsettling was the phrase he had whispered earlier, one that did not exist anywhere in the ancient library. She questioned what he truly was. Exiting the cave, Rina clasped her hands near her chest, feeling a mixture of humility and embarrassment. The Red Moon had been right, and she realized she had been following orders too blindly. Her attention shifted as Haydn appeared beside her. He confirmed that he had come for information, but reported instead that the Dark One was dead. The death had been abrupt, with the head twisting unnaturally in midair. Rene acknowledged that the incident would need to be formally reported for further processing. Soon after, the two vanished into the air, leaving the area behind. The scene shifted to Zenonia County. Lady Zenonia sat on an ornate couch, quietly drinking tea. She reflected that the rumors had not been exaggerated. The protagonist's demeanor had been chillingly emotionless, his gaze resembling an abyss. She found it strange that he had referred to her as famous, despite her complete absence from social activities. She approached her father, who was seated at a desk, and shared her thoughts. Her father dismissed the matter, reminding her that she was the count. Internally, she smiled, knowing that he had long since become her puppet and that she was the true head of the household. What unsettled her was how the protagonist had seen through this arrangement so easily. She recalled their earlier exchange and realized that he had noticed the observers she had assigned to watch him. A servant suddenly rushed into the hall and urgently summoned her. When she followed him to her room, they discovered the corpse of the Dark One. His neck had been twisted, blood staining the floor. The servant noted that the seal had not activated, meaning no secrets had been revealed. Lady Zenonia understood immediately that the body had been placed there deliberately. She smiled faintly, wondering how the perpetrator had uncovered the truth so precisely. She recognized that the protagonist had identified one of her greatest weaknesses the moment they met. The scene shifted once more. The protagonist and Ivan, exhausted from their recent ordeal, sat quietly in their chariot as they made their way back, the aftermath of the labyrinth still lingering in their thoughts. The Altea ducal estate as Loria's chariot approaches the palace gates. Seated inside, she reflects on the events of the past. She acknowledges that the man she met was not someone to underestimate, a distinguished figure of the underworld with cold eyes reminiscent of her father's. He was the kind of person she could never afford to make an enemy of. He had been her final lifeline, yet she understood why he would not accept a deal that guaranteed significant losses. Her thoughts turned to her situation. Her siblings, Tamalian, Marianne, Pyrin, and Keeg, had stripped her of all assets and authority. She had nothing left. Until now, she had survived only because of her father's affection and protection, but she no longer knew how to proceed. As she steps down from the chariot and walks toward the palace entrance, servants rush toward her in visible panic. She learns that Pyrin and Keeg are dead, reported as having taken their own lives. The news leaves her stunned. The idea that those who would readily betray their own family had chosen death makes no sense to her. Her thoughts immediately shift to Tamalian and Marianne. Moments later, the servants reveal the horrifying sight. The two eldest siblings standing before one another, swords driven through each other's chests. Loria freezes, unable to comprehend what she is seeing. High above the estate, a shadowy figure moves silently across the rooftops. The figure is Deus, observing the estate from a distance. With the task complete, he departs. Back within the estate, chaos spreads as servants flee in panic. Loria remains where she stands, recalling a brief moment from the past when the protagonist told her that good things would happen. A realization settles in. The one she had met was the true mastermind of his household, someone who hid his claws until the precise moment to seize power. Fear and understanding intertwine as she grasps the meaning behind his words. Overnight, she has become the sole successor of the ducal family. The weight of it terrifies her. She questions what kind of being she has aligned herself with, yet accepts that there is no path backward. Too many examples already exist of what happens to those who betray him. Steeling herself, she resolves to walk the path she has chosen. 2 months later, the scene shifts to the protagonist's palace. A servant from the Altea estate enters his office carrying a box, bowing respectfully as he delivers it under Duke Altea's order. The name catches the protagonist off guard. When the box is opened, its contents are revealed to be an expensive bottle of Cernance wine. Evan reacts with surprise at the rarity and value of the gift. Inside the box, the protagonist also finds a note written with courtesy by Loria Altia. He realizes that the gift was prepared by Loria herself, not her father, and feels a twinge of guilt for having been unable to help her directly. Seeking confirmation, he questions whether the gift was truly meant for him. The servant confirms that the Duke personally ordered its delivery. The realization strikes him. If Loria issued the order, then she has become the Duke. The scene shifts back to the Altia estate, now showing Loria at work in her office. Exhausted, she stretches and reflects on how quickly 2 months have passed. Following her father's death from illness and the succession ceremony, she ascended as Duke. She notes how she was once forbidden from even entering this office. Her thoughts return to the sudden deaths of her siblings. Despite everything, suspicion never fell on her. She had a solid alibi, attending the ball at the time. Her secret organization had already been destroyed by her siblings, leaving her genuinely powerless upon returning home. Later, she realizes how carefully everything had been arranged. He declined her request openly, yet handled all necessary matters behind the scenes. She wonders how far into the future he had calculated his moves. She never even informed him of her father's funeral, unwilling to burden him. As she walks through the halls, she reasons that he must need Altia for a larger plan. Even after unifying the remaining subordinate organizations, her power still pales in comparison to his. What she possesses, however, is the ability to manipulate politics from the shadows. He needs the Altia name. Stopping before a portrait of her ancestor, she resolves to focus on her responsibilities. She knows the Distinguished One will contact her soon. A small smile appears as she hopes he appreciated her gesture of gratitude. The scene returns to the protagonist's office as the Altia servant takes his leave. The protagonist remains deep in thought, unable to reconcile how Loria went from facing death to becoming Duke in such a short time. Nearby, Evan observes him with confusion, sensing that something about the situation is deeply unsettling. A few months later, 5 years before the original story begins, inside the protagonist's house, he stood alone in a quiet room with a blank expression. Evan soon entered, acknowledging the passage of time and the weight of the title that was slowly becoming his. Although the succession ceremony had not yet taken place, a full year had already passed, making the situation feel inevitable. The protagonist reflected inwardly. Becoming a count had never been part of his original plan. He had once imagined a comfortable life, avoiding succession conflicts, settling matters in Rodmill, and eventually setting out on a leisurely gourmet journey. However, after living this life for some time, he had grown accustomed to it. As a noble, the balance between work and rest turned out to be better than expected, and he began considering how to make the most of it. Evan handed him a letter from Yusha. The protagonist accepted it quietly and moved with Evan into another room. As they settled down, his thoughts briefly returned to the unresolved matter of Leo's assassination. No concrete information had surfaced yet, though the Information Guild was still investigating and patience was required. While opening the letter, Evan wondered about the protagonist's next objective. The protagonist, however, was already deep in thought. Any deviations from the original game were likely the result of his own presence, subtle butterfly effects that could not be ignored. Rather than seeking revenge, his focus was on preparing for unexpected events. The letter rested in his hands as he wondered what Yusha had written this time. As he read, he imagined the scenes described within. Everyone at the orphanage was doing well, each absorbed in their own hobbies. Deus had refined his puppet shows to a professional level. Sealrang enjoyed playing games with friends. Rena spent her days quietly reading and crafting small items. Raiden had taken up gardening. This routine exchange of monthly letters had become familiar, warming his heart more with each passing time. Though he had never seen their faces, knowing they were growing up well brought a natural smile to him. As he continued reading, his thoughts shifted to their ages. The children were now old enough to step into society. Some had already left the orphanage, and those he had specifically ordered to be saved had reached that same stage. Near the end of the letter, a simple message of gratitude stood out. It struck him all at once that the time had come. It was time to let them go. Evan was surprised by the realization, recalling that they had once been gathered together because of their wounds. But there was no longer a reason for that. They were grown now, and their futures lay ahead of them. The protagonist reflected seriously on the care he had given them, believing he had done enough to prevent them from awakening as deadly sins. With their health restored, there was no need to hold them back any longer. His memories returned to the game's past. Each major boss had once been introduced through narration, their talents clearly defined. Yusha possessed the talent of faith. Deus had talent with the sword. Rina excelled in study. Sealrang had the disposition of a fighter. Raiden carried the talent of an apostle. Returning to the present, the protagonist took out a box and considered his plan. If each of them used their talents in the right fields, they would be more than fine. It seemed like a perfectly reasonable outcome. With renewed focus, he picked up a pen and decided to prepare a gift for each of them, something he had planned to do regardless. Hours passed as he finished writing the letters. When he finally stood up, tired but satisfied, Evan was startled awake from his nap. After a brief farewell, Evan left. The protagonist watched him go, quietly wondering whether he might one day receive something in return once the children grew into influential figures. With that thought, he hoped they would read his letters and step confidently into the world. The scene shifted to the orphanage. Yusha stood before the children, informing them that new orders had arrived. This time, each letter had been delivered individually. As the letters were handed out, everyone stared at them in confusion. Sealrang reacted with visible excitement, while the others remained serious. Yusha herself looked at the letters with a composed, thoughtful expression. After receiving the letters, Yusha realized internally that the orders had arrived. Unlike before, they had been delivered to each of them individually. Sealrang reacted with visible excitement upon receiving her letter, while the others stared at theirs with serious expressions. Before allowing anyone to proceed further, Yusha made sure everyone reviewed the previous letters as well, since the orders required a high level of understanding. Sealrang reacted playfully, surprised that everyone was now allowed to read them, as only Yusha had been permitted to do so before. Yusha understood that this change meant he had decided it was time for everyone to be fully aware of the contents. As Sealrang read her letter, she realized that what seemed ordinary at first glance was actually an order. Rina, on the other hand, noted that it looked like nothing more than casual daily conversation. Yusha clarified internally that the orders had been disguised as ordinary exchanges from the very beginning. The structure was always the same: a greeting, followed by the designation of a target, the mission itself, and instructions to report afterward. This was also when the Blue Moon had been entrusted to her. Every one of them had been personally chosen. Deus understood that this method existed to prevent information leaks, and recalled his own first order. Yusha emphasized the importance of clearly understanding the orders and carrying out the missions accordingly. The others questioned internally whether meeting in person or using magical communication would be more efficient, especially if secrecy was the goal. However, Yusha remained unwavering. All that mattered was following the orders exactly as given. Deus felt a chilling sense of trust behind that attitude, but accepted it without objection. With shared resolve, they proceeded to read their individual letters. Deus learned that he was being sent to Caliban, the nation of knights. Sealrang discovered that her destination involved a desert region, which she disliked. Raiden was assigned to Raxas, the entertainment city, while Rina was instructed to head to Larthania, the maze city. Yusha confirmed her own destination as the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and ensured that each person's task was clearly written in their letter. Deus noted that he had been ordered to become a knight, though the reason was unclear. Sealrang realized that continued patronage had been guaranteed. Rina discovered that the letters also revealed the locations of their gifts. Raiden accepted that the nature of those gifts would only become clear upon arrival. Before they departed, Yusha reminded everyone that unless instructed otherwise, the name of the Blue Moon was never to be mentioned. Soon after, they all left the orphanage. 3 months later, the scene shifted to the protagonist's office. He sat quietly, reading through a book. After finishing, he reflected that there was still no recorded information regarding the changes in magic and phrasing, meaning he would need to experiment personally. He then turned his attention to Ivan, who was gathering books from a shelf, and checked on the progress of the investigation into Leo's assassination. The results remained empty. Internally, the protagonist acknowledged that the butterfly effect had spiraled beyond his expectations. Saving the 5 deadly sins had altered the flow of events significantly. Even Loria, who should have died in the original story, had risen to become Duke Althea, rapidly expanding her power and influence throughout the underworld. After placing the book down, he decided to halt the investigation entirely. Ivan was left confused by that sudden decision. With a serious expression, the protagonist reflected inwardly. This was clearly a situation where ignorance was preferable. Within this world, almost nothing could escape the Information Guild's network. Even attempting to investigate matters that should remain untouched would only invite consequences in return. If taking precautions against unforeseen situations led to death, then those precautions were meaningless. In the end, secret organizations like that would not harm him as long as he did not interfere with their affairs. There was no reason for them to attack unless he approached them first. Snapping out of his thoughts, he concluded that continuing the investigation served no purpose. Ivan accepted the decision and prepared to inform the guild to stop their efforts. After a brief pause, Ivan delivered another piece of information. Deus had recently been appointed as a knight in Caliban. The news surprised the protagonist, though he acknowledged it positively. 3 months later, the protagonist sat on a bench outdoors in the city while Ivan brought him meat skewers. Ivan informed him that Deus had formed an entire knight order. The revelation shocked the protagonist. Achieving such a feat meant Deus had reached at least an expert level or higher, and it had not been long since his initial appointment. Rumors had already begun circulating that the world would witness the 5th Master Knight within the next 10 years. The protagonist imagined what that title meant and felt a quiet sense of pride. Caliban itself had become noisy due to this development. 6 months later, inside the protagonist's residence, he practiced magic while reflecting that an entire year had passed since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage, and he had gradually grown accustomed to the responsibilities of being a count. Ivan suddenly arrived with urgent news. Deus had become a Sword of Caliban, making him the 5th Master Knight. The information left the protagonist momentarily unable to process it. Only sword masters were supposed to reach that rank, individuals who had surpassed the Aura Blade and unlocked a unique ability known as derivation. Yet Deus had reached this position without completing that final step. Ivan clarified that Deus was on the verge of becoming a true swordmaster. Although he had not yet created his derivation, the nation granted him the title regardless. He had already won a duel against the 4th Sword, and Caliban had recently lost a Master Knight to the Northern Barbarians after more than a decade of war. The protagonist recalled how long it normally took to achieve such heights. Manipulating mana alone required 15 years, and derivation demanded decades. Reinhardt, the 1st Sword, had become the youngest Master Knight in history at the age of 32. Memories from the game surfaced. Reinhardt had been overwhelmingly powerful, and even with exceptional talent, it had taken him over 20 years. Yet Deus, a child who once had no knowledge of swords, had already reached the level of a Master Knight. As the realization settled in, the protagonist considered that Deus might already be surpassing Reinhardt, simply waiting to complete his derivation. The thought crossed his mind that he might be able to rely on Deus sooner than expected, or perhaps not at all. Ivan, sensing the implication, dismissed the idea internally. The protagonist then reviewed the letters he had received. They came only from Yusha, even after she moved to the Holy Kingdom. Her letters consistently included updates about the other deadly sins, suggesting they continued to stay in touch. A hint of sadness crossed his thoughts. Despite never having seen his face, they could at least have acknowledged the gifts he sent. Still, he reminded himself that he was more than grateful they had not awakened as true calamities capable of destroying kingdoms. Standing near the window, he found comfort in knowing they were doing well. The scene shifted to the capital of Caliban, the central area of Kurtham. Within the residence of a high-ranking noble stood the grand mansion of the illustrious solar eclipse knights. Outside, swordsmen trained relentlessly. Near a window stood a boy clad in legendary knight armor, Deus Michaelian, captain of the solar eclipse knights and the youngest Master Knight. As he looked outside, a girl arrived and waved toward him. He returned the gesture with a bright smile. Soon after, Deus reflected quietly on the past. A full year had passed, yet the memories still embarrassed him. Losing everything to the black creatures had left him with nothing but uncontrollable rage and hatred. Being saved by the great moon alone had not been enough to swear allegiance. However, the promise of avenging everything with his own hands had bound him to the blue moon. Working under the blue moon had subjected him to countless dangerous missions and relentless training. He had paid little attention to his own well-being, carrying out tasks that would later form the foundation of his fight against the black creatures. Eventually, he received a personal order for the first time. It came suddenly, accompanied by a gift that initially stirred no excitement. He had wondered what it could possibly be. That letter revealed the truth. The gift from the great moon was the family he believed he had lost forever, something more precious to him than his own life. The realization struck Deus clearly. The younger sister he had believed to be dead was alive. The scene shifted into the past, to the moment he finally met her again. Upon confirming her survival, his composure collapsed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by emotion, he struggled to process what had happened to her after they were separated. After wiping the tears from her eyes, the two of them sat together at a table, sharing tea. His sister calmly recounted everything she had endured. After being taken away from him, she had been forced to remain in darkness for a long time, waiting endlessly for her turn. When a moment finally came for her to be killed, she managed to escape with the help of light and survived. Years later, when she was on the verge of being sold to a slave merchant, a mercenary named Evan intervened and saved her. She then approached a cupboard, opened a drawer, and retrieved something she had kept carefully. She explained that afterward, she had received precious medicine and continued protection from a sponsor. Inside the drawer was a note confirming that she would receive medicine and support, assuring her safety under the name of Palacio and stating that her sibling would also be protected. She expressed her deep gratitude for everything that had been done for her. Upon reading the note, Deus was shaken. The realization that someone had protected his sister using their own name left him stunned. As memories resurfaced, Deus reflected inwardly. He had never told anyone about his family. Even Yusha had only noticed that the black creatures had taken him, nothing more. Yet everything now aligned perfectly. The lingering questions he had carried for so long suddenly fit together and vanished. He finally understood the anxiety Yusha had once shown. He realized how foolish he had been to believe that a sword could not think for itself. The words spoken to him in the past resurfaced with new meaning. They had not been empty encouragement. Everything had already been known, and those words had been a quiet hint left for the child who would survive alone. Despite acting independently, the one behind it all had chosen generosity and mercy instead of punishment. While Deus had been consumed by hatred and thoughts of revenge against the black creatures, the survival of his family had been a gift beyond measure. He now understood why Yusha followed that man so unwaveringly. It was not blind faith nor fanaticism. There was reason behind it. A debt had been incurred, and it had to be repaid. His mission became clear. He would rise to the pinnacle of Caliban as a master knight and form a personal knight order filled with the finest swordsmen. The scene returned to the present. Deus stood near a window when a soldier arrived and respectfully notified him that the time had come. Deus moved through the hallway alongside the soldier, where a group of knights awaited his command. Drawing his sword, he steeled himself. This expedition would serve as the first stepping stone for the solar eclipse. No hardship ahead mattered to him. He awaited the day he could offer his gratitude, along with recompense worthy of what he had received. Soon after, the solar eclipse knights departed on an expedition to battle against the barbarians. The scene shifted to the protagonist's house. He sat on the floor, reading through stacks of books. Leaning against a pillar with his eyes closed, a sense of quiet settled over him. The atmosphere felt peaceful, likely because the children he had raised were no longer under his roof. They had all grown up and flown away on their own paths. As his thoughts drifted, his attention returned to his notes, where the cursive handwriting bothered him more than expected. He made a mental note to write more clearly in the future. After returning from the labyrinth, he had devoted himself entirely to researching magic phrases. His reports were finally complete. His notes detailed the behavior of each phrase. Refraction reinforced imperfections within a completed spell, causing its range to spread. Retraction crushed form and altered the nature of a projectile. Repulsion destroyed structure and affected the transition of the released mana. Blue light reinforced parallel magic, particularly electrical magic. Line of diffraction granted penetration, resulting in a critical effect. There were strict rules. Phrases could not be mismatched or repeated, and no more than 4 could be used at once. With his limited mana pool, he could only cast a single spell per day, which made the research slow and demanding. In this world, the hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had long been forgotten, leaving no written records behind. With no references available, he had been forced to uncover everything on his own. Despite learning magic purely for self-defense, he found unexpected enjoyment in the process. After preparing himself, he began practicing the magic he had developed over the past 2 months. As he worked, his thoughts focused on the structure of mana. By eliminating the focal point of the mana sphere and inducing imbalance, lightning could be sparked. What initially appeared to be weak and worthless magic began to change as phrases were applied. Fixation and compression altered its stability, while breakdown caused the spell to fester toward a clear purpose, eventually blooming into something fleeting but powerful. A large sphere of energy formed before him. Observing it closely, he realized that the order of phrases mattered. When breakdown had been applied first in earlier attempts, the spell had failed entirely. In the midst of his practice, a sudden presence appeared behind him, startling the observers who had just arrived. The protagonist turned instantly. Kalia had entered the area with an elderly companion. Both were visibly shaken by what they were witnessing. The old man, in particular, reacted with fear upon seeing the magic being used, recognizing it as something far beyond ordinary spellcasting. The explanation he overheard only deepened the protagonist's confusion. The term origin magic echoed in his thoughts, along with the implication that such power belonged to a mage of an entirely different caliber. The realization left him unsettled as he questioned the meaning of what he had just demonstrated. The scene shifted to Count Palacio's mansion reception room. Inside the room, Kalia and her companion sat quietly on a sofa. Kalia maintained a serious expression as her thoughts organized themselves clearly. She had come for 2 reasons. The first was to confirm Count Palacio's intentions, as he possessed a wild card capable of inflicting significant damage on Zenonia. The second was to gauge the level of the organization protecting him, which had enabled him to gain control over Palacio. However, what she had learned far exceeded those expectations. Her gaze shifted to her companion, who was trembling uncontrollably. The sight unsettled her. Vinecoal, a 6-circle mage expelled from the Magic Tower for inhumane experiments, was someone capable of annihilating an entire division of soldiers on his own. Despite his long-standing arrogance, even toward her as a sponsor, fear was now unmistakable in his demeanor. She had never seen him like this before. The thought that what she had witnessed might truly have been origin magic refused to leave her mind. Soon after, the protagonist entered the room. He clarified the misunderstanding without hesitation. What he had used was not origin magic. If his abilities were to be categorized, he belonged only to the 2nd circle. The magic he demonstrated lacked both offensive and defensive applicability, something any competent mage should have noticed. Internally, he acknowledged the limitation of that spell, recognizing its impracticality in real combat situations. Both Kalia and her companion struggled to process what that explanation implied. Kalia immediately decided that what they had witnessed must remain unspoken. Her companion followed suit, retracting his earlier reaction and presenting himself with forced composure. Kalia observed this change closely. Seeing Vinecoal behave with restraint and deference was deeply unnatural. The protagonist felt relieved as the misunderstanding appeared to settle. With the issue addressed, attention shifted to the purpose of Kalia's visit. She revealed that she had come only after finishing her affairs nearby, without a specific reason tied directly to him. The protagonist accepted this explanation, but made it clear that he could not spare much time, as work awaited him. Kalia stood and prepared to depart, expressing formal gratitude for the meeting. Before they left, the protagonist suggested that if she ever needed someone to speak with, she should visit Duchess Altia instead. He believed the two would get along well. Kalia accepted the suggestion politely, her expression calm as she departed with her companion. Near the mansion's entrance, the protagonist and Ivan watched as Kalia's chariot disappeared into the distance. Ivan questioned why a fallen Western family like Zenonia would involve itself here. The protagonist admitted he could not understand it either. Privately, concern crept in. If rumors spread that he had used origin magic, challengers seeking powerful opponents would inevitably begin to target him. In a world like this, such misunderstandings could easily spiral into disaster. As he walked away from the gate, he hoped his intentions had been understood. There was no reason for Zenonia to involve itself with Altea, a rival rising rapidly within the underworld. Above all, he wished to avoid becoming a focal point. Inside the moving chariot, Kalia revisited the question in her mind, turning to her companion for confirmation. Viankel denied that what they had seen was origin magic. Origin magic was the power to impose one's own laws upon absolute, immutable principles, a privilege reserved for the very pinnacle of mages. What the protagonist had used was fundamentally different. Using his observing eye, Viankel had seen something far more disturbing. The protagonist had not drawn upon the canvas of magic, he had torn it apart. He had twisted absolute laws, fixated lightning itself, collapsed its governing principles, and yet the spell still manifested. It was not a rewriting of laws, but the violation of them. What had occurred was an impossible miracle. The old companion showed clear fear as fragments of forgotten memory surfaced. Whatever he had sensed went far beyond ordinary ancient magic. The presence he recalled was tied to the great forgotten god itself, and even thinking about it caused his body to tremble. Realizing the danger, he forced himself to stop, knowing that dwelling on it any further could harm him. Despite his condition, he gathered enough composure to warn Kalia. During his younger years, he had immersed himself deeply in forbidden knowledge and was once praised for his research into the magic of the Forgotten Era. Because of that experience, he understood the weight of what stood behind Count Palacio. Opposing such a figure was not something to be taken lightly. Kalia listened with a faintly amused expression, interpreting his warning as confirmation that she herself was far too insignificant to grasp the true intentions behind such a being. However, her thoughts soon returned to the advice she had received earlier about visiting Duchess Altea. As that memory surfaced, irritation followed, and she acknowledged to herself that she had already become part of someone else's scheme. 5 months passed, marking nearly 2 years since the children had left the orphanage. Inside the protagonist's office, Evan arrived with new information. It was unrelated to the children, but far more troubling. Zenonia County and the Altea Duchy had formed an alliance. The realization struck hard, as those two powers stood at the very top of the underworld. Such an alliance was concealed due to an underworld convention, making it impossible for outsiders to detect, but Evan was confident in its authenticity. The protagonist felt a growing sense of unease. His previous efforts had redirected the sins away from their original path, yet now 2 masterminds had joined forces. He questioned whether the Asteria kingdom itself was drifting toward collapse. His thoughts then turned back to Kalia, wondering if she had truly acted on his earlier suggestion. After brief consideration, he dismissed it as likely temporary, believing that someone as cold and arrogant as Kalia would never fully cooperate. Still, preparation was necessary. He took out a sheet of paper and began writing a letter, choosing his words carefully. He acknowledged that his previous behavior may have appeared blunt and distant, attributing it to his own difficulty with expressing himself. After finishing, he hesitated, hoping the letter would not be misunderstood as an excuse. The letter was entrusted to Evan, who planned to deliver it through the mercenary guild and also continue monitoring the children. Left alone, the protagonist leaned back in a chair, weighed down by concern. His thoughts turned to Raiden and Sealrang, from whom he had received no news since Yusha confirmed their arrival. He worried about her survival and hoped she had found the gift mentioned in the letter. If she had, she would eventually rise to the pinnacle of all fighters, becoming the Baba Yaga. The item he had given carried immense significance. It enhanced critical combat ability and represented a path that could have prevented corruption had it been obtained earlier by another bearer. Instead of falling, its rightful owner could have become a true Wolfkin leader. Staring out the window toward the sky, he reflected on how he had revealed the location of hidden treasures meant to serve as emergency funds. Trusting in her talent, he believed she would survive on her own. The land she had gone to was known as the Nation of Fighters, where strength alone determined one's fate. The scene shifted to the desert colony nation. Deep within a massive cave, Seal Rang searched tirelessly until she finally discovered the equipment she sought. Completing the trial marked a turning point. As she examined the item, gratitude filled her, realizing that what she once believed to be a legend was real. Her thoughts drifted back to childhood stories told by her mother, who had spoken of the Golden Mane tribe, ancestors of the Wolfkin and rulers among beastkins. Those memories reinforced the truth of what she now held in her hands. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe was a legendary inheritance passed down for centuries, granting both power and authority. Seal Rang had passed every inner-world trial and obtained it with her own strength. She acknowledged the Great Moon as her benefactor, the one who saved her from dying during bioexperiments and granted her the power to seek vengeance against the black dragon responsible for her parents' deaths. As she assessed her newfound power, she resolved to repay that favor. Mediocrity was not an option. Her path forward was clear. She would become the strongest gladiator, gather the scattered remnants of the Golden Mane tribe, and one day slay the black dragon. Stepping out of the cave, she gazed up at the blue moon, her resolve unwavering. Everything she did from this point onward was for that purpose. With determination set, she moved forward, believing that beneath the blue moon, the Golden Mane tribe would rise again after 500 years. The scene shifted to the protagonist's house, where he and Evan were seated together. Evan recalled that the Information Guild had recently gathered news about the children. He had intended to mention it earlier at the training grounds, but had forgotten. The protagonist focused on the update, prompting Evan to continue. According to the report, Seal Rang had been performing exceptionally well in the colony and had earned herself the alias known as Golden Flash. The name caught the protagonist slightly off guard, but he felt relieved knowing that she was doing well. Evan added that in that land, strength alone was enough to become anything. The conversation then turned to Raiden. The protagonist noted that he had not received any word since Raiden mentioned learning how to work in Raxus. Evan explained that some information did exist, but it was still undergoing verification. The protagonist acknowledged this and then shifted the topic, questioning whether Evan should already be occupied with other preparations. Evan reacted awkwardly, confused by the sudden scrutiny, as he had already completed everything he was instructed to do. The protagonist calmly reminded him that the upcoming journey required preparation, as reaching the Magic Tower would take at least a month. This revelation irritated Evan, who had never heard of such a destination before. The protagonist casually realized that he may not have mentioned it earlier. Evan, already accustomed to such situations, remarked that a trip to the Green Magic Tower would normally take only a week. The protagonist clarified that their destination was instead the Blue Magic Tower. Evan immediately understood the implication, recognizing its proximity to Labyrinth City and the distance involved. With that, he began preparations right away and exited the room. Left alone, the protagonist laid down on the sofa, feeling drained at the thought of spending an entire month traveling by carriage. Despite the exhaustion it brought just thinking about it, he accepted that there was no alternative. The item he needed to support his limited mana capacity was located there. The mention of Labyrinth City stirred old memories. Supporting his head with one hand, he recalled his experiences from the game. He had spent an immense amount of time grinding in that area. The labyrinth, situated at the heart of the city, was the primary level grinding zone in Psychedelia. The deeper one descended, the higher the quality of items that could be obtained. Despite countless players attempting it, no one had ever reached the end. Even after using a cheat to reach the 150th floor, he remembered discovering that there were still more floors below. He questioned the developer's intentions, wondering why such unreachable depths even existed. Those depths were known to consistently yield relics and artifacts, which explained why the profession of official magic appraiser had become so popular, virtually guaranteeing wealth. His thoughts shifted to Rinna, who had mentioned that she would soon take the appraiser exam. Given her talent, he believed she would pass without difficulty. As he rested on the sofa, another thought surfaced. Compared to the gifts given to the others, he felt that Rinna's might have been insufficient. Its function was limited to appraising equipment items. If it turned out to be inadequate, he resolved to send her additional support. The scene then shifted to Labyrinth City, Larthania. The city was ruled by no one. It existed as a gathering place for explorers and mercenaries alike. Passing through countless shops in the southern district eventually led to a discreet appraisal shop known as Murd. Despite its hidden location, the shop had quietly gained fame for its unique services and primarily catered to nobles and A-rank explorers. Inside the shop, among the gathered crowd, stood the Lord of Larthania. Rinna completed the appraisal and presented the results. She explained the artifact's properties, noting that it ignited flames using mana and possessed an imprinting function. She further clarified that even a small amount of mana could sustain the flame for an extended period. Impressed by its improved efficiency, the Lord accepted the artifact and departed with his companion. Once the shop cleared, Rinna removed her mask and let out a quiet breath of relief. As she turned around, her attention was drawn to another artifact. Examining it, she realized that it too could be imprinted. The reason the shop had become famous, despite being tucked away in a corner, was because this imprinting ability was a gift from the Great Moon. She then moved into another room, stopping before a massive, eye-shaped magical structure. Reflecting inwardly, she recalled how she had not understood the reason behind being told to become an appraiser. She knew that the one guiding her was connected to Palin from the era of the forgotten Outer Gods. Although she understood that everything so far had been done to eliminate the Black Things, she struggled to see how this role aligned with that goal. Her thoughts drifted back to when she had first arrived in the city. At the time, she questioned what becoming an appraiser had to do with fighting the Black Things. That confusion vanished the moment she witnessed the gift she had been given. The Eye of the Stalker was capable of rapidly identifying items below a certain mana threshold, assisting with appraisal. However, it differed from anything recorded in existing libraries. After its seals were broken, its imprint awakened. She came to understand that to gain the strength needed to fight the Black Things, this item had to be awakened fully. It was both a power and a means through which sacrifices could be offered. The narration returned to the present moment as Rinna placed the artifact before the Eye of the Stalker. A focused beam emerged from the structure, enveloping the artifact as the imprinting process began. Once the magical phenomenon concluded, she examined the artifact in her hand and quietly assessed the remaining sacrifices required for its full awakening. She reflected on the mechanism behind the process. In exchange for enhancing the relic's attributes, the eye absorbed a corresponding essence from the item itself, gradually altering its own nature. The reaction was limited to specific high-tier relics, and sacrificing an incompatible item would erase the accumulated progress entirely. The task required precise appraisal and the careful selection of suitable sacrifices marked by imprints. Holding the eye with confidence, she acknowledged that this responsibility was hers alone. Born with the Library of Eternity, her purpose remained unchanged. Everything she did was directed toward killing the Black Wolf, all proceeding according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, the scene shifted to the Blue Magic Tower. The protagonist arrived at the tower and entered its interior, where he encountered the Vice Tower Master, a six-circle mage. She was already engaged in her duties and showed little interest in his presence. He remained silent as he observed her, recognizing her from the main storyline he remembered. At this point in time, she still held the position of Vice Tower Master, as the central events had yet to begin. His thoughts returned to his past experiences in the game. She had once been a prodigy who reached the 8th circle at an unusually young age and eventually became the Tower Master herself. The Magic Tower not only possessed immense power, but also controlled the production of essential resources, granting it influence comparable to that of noble houses. Despite the authority expected of someone who had surpassed human limits, her current attitude felt excessive. When he finally stated his identity and purpose, he explained his intent to address the issue of the Time Gate and asserted that he could eliminate it. Inwardly, he recalled the nature of the Time Gate. It was a fissure connected to an unknown subspace, forming in areas where magic was frequently used. Its existence caused anomalies that resulted in severe damage. The Vice Tower Master dismissed the claim outright and ordered him to leave. Confusion followed as events diverged from what he remembered. He attempted to press the matter further, but she mocked the notion and reacted with open irritation, clearly accustomed to similar claims from countless visitors. He insisted internally that he was being treated unfairly, unable to understand her distrust. As she spoke again, her demeanor shifted, and she addressed the rumors circulating about his rise to power, implying that his title was the result of chance rather than merit. Her anger manifested visibly as blue mana flared around her, warning him against bringing disruption into the tower. The protagonist was momentarily stunned. He realized that his quiet lifestyle may have contributed to such rumors spreading unchecked. Despite her appearance as a work-focused mage, she was surprisingly informed about external affairs. Her presence alone unsettled him. Evan stood close by, fully aware that interfering would end disastrously. Despite this, the protagonist acknowledged his own desperation. Stepping forward, he made a decisive offer, staking everything he owned on his claim. She dismissed the statement as nonsense, but his resolve did not waver. He proposed formal accountability, considering the offer a fair exchange for a brief opportunity. After a moment of consideration, she led him toward a sealed chamber. Upon arrival, she identified the location of the time gate and reminded him of the consequences of failure. He entered without hesitation. As she watched, her assessment of him grew increasingly dismissive. His mana capacity was minimal, his sensory talent barely exceeded average, and his standing remained at the edge of the second circle. To her, his confidence appeared misplaced. She understood that most time gates naturally disappeared after releasing their relics, rendering intervention unnecessary. Yet this particular gate had remained active for over 2 years, causing persistent disturbances. The two reached the fractured structure of the time gate. The protagonist stood motionless before it. She observed his actions closely, noticing that he had no intention of using a staff. The realization unsettled her. Such a method was considered archaic, bordering on myth even in ancient texts. As irritation rose, she prepared to interrupt, only to sense something profoundly wrong. Her body would not respond. Neither she nor the surrounding environment could move. Everything had come to a halt. In that frozen moment, a massive crimson structure resembling a sealed eye manifested before them. Without warning, the eye slowly opened. The Vice Tower Master's eye of observation activated on its own. The ability began to perceive something far beyond conventional understanding, peering directly into the essence of the unknown. For a brief moment, comprehension seemed possible, but instinctively her thoughts recoiled. She forced herself to stop thinking, aware that enlightenment itself could be fatal. Certain truths were not meant to be known. Doom, much like a vessel already filled with poison, was predetermined. Absolute silence followed, and with it, acceptance of an unspoken demand. Once the phenomenon ended, the time gate was fully closed. The protagonist assessed the situation calmly, recognizing that the task had been simple for him due to the use of a specialized item and method. He claimed the relic produced by the time gate, internally noting that he had relied on random magic several times to obscure the process, unsure whether the Vice Tower Master had been misled by it. The Vice Tower Master responded with visible tension and fear, clearly shaken. Her reaction confused him, as he wondered whether his deception had failed. Nevertheless, he attempted to downplay the situation, indicating that secrecy was unnecessary. Her behavior escalated instead. She became overly insistent, promising absolute silence and demonstrating an intense desire to prove her trustworthiness. The sudden shift left the protagonist perplexed, unable to understand the source of her distress. After leaving the sealed chamber and returning to the main hall of the Magic Tower, the protagonist prepared to depart. As he did, the Vice Tower Master hurried after him, carrying a box of mana potions. She offered them with visible excitement and sincerity. Upon examining them, the protagonist realized they were of exceptionally high quality, far beyond what was normally available. Even a pair of such potions held value comparable to an entire mansion. The generosity felt excessive, and he questioned whether closing the time gate alone justified such a reaction. She continued to reaffirm her silence, and then escalated matters further by proposing a mana oath. This only deepened his confusion. Before he could process the situation, she invoked the oath herself, manifesting chains of power that bound him temporarily, demonstrating her commitment to keeping her promise. The protagonist accepted the outcome with resignation, acknowledging internally that the misunderstanding could no longer be resolved. As a result of the encounter, he had obtained the relic he sought, several high-grade potions, and a binding oath for reasons he still did not fully grasp. As they departed the Magic Tower, The scene shifted to the chariot. Evan examined the bracelet obtained from the time gate, noting its unremarkable appearance despite the difficulty involved in acquiring it. The protagonist confirmed that its true value lay not in appearance, but in function. Internally, he reflected on the bracelet's ability to absorb and store ambient mana through its embedded gems. Although its storage capacity was limited, it exceeded his own mana reserves, making it an ideal support item. While the realization was mildly embarrassing, he accepted it pragmatically, affirming that the item was intended for investigation and survival rather than combat. His thoughts then returned to the Vice Tower Master's strange behavior. Her sudden politeness remained unexplained. After exiting the chariot, the Vice Tower Master appeared once more to see him off. The protagonist reiterated his actual standing as a second circle mage. She acknowledged it without hesitation, reinforcing the impression that she truly believed it. As he departed, the protagonist remained uncertain whether her response was sincere or subtly mocking, leaving the encounter unresolved in his mind. After entering the chariot, the protagonist reflected on the situation in silence. The Vice Tower Master's reaction reminded him of Kalia's behavior during their last encounter. The similarity left him uneasy, though he reassured himself that he would likely never have to face either of them again, making the discomfort inconsequential. As the chariot moved forward, his thoughts settled, and he casually remarked on the pleasant weather. Evan acknowledged the calm atmosphere, noting the peaceful surroundings. The scene then shifted to the Altea ducal house. Inside the residence, Kalia and Lori sat together, sharing tea in a relaxed setting. Lori welcomed Kalia warmly and expressed hope that her stay would be comfortable. Kalia responded in kind, pleased to see that Lori remained unchanged and genuinely happy to meet her again. Lori observed that being together felt natural, as there was no need to consider rank or power between them. Kalia agreed, inwardly reflecting on how Count Palacio's foresight continued to impress her. By following his suggestion and visiting Altea, she had quickly understood his intention. Through their conversations, both women realized they were already operating under Palacio's influence. In an alliance formed by his will, where an absolute authority existed above all others, internal power struggles held no meaning. As a result, Zenonia County and the Altea Duchy had naturally grown closer. Lori then brought up the timing of Kalia's visit, noting that their official meeting was scheduled for the following month. Kalia explained that the Count had sent her a letter, using her visit as a convenient pretext. As Lori examined the letter, Kalia clarified that while it appeared to be an ordinary apology, its true nature was more deliberate. Lori quickly grasped its implication, recognizing it as an indirect order rather than a personal message. Kalia confirmed this interpretation and explained that she had brought the letter specifically to discuss its meaning together. She summarized its contents, outlining the noble factions the Count had interacted with and noting their affiliations within the aristocratic and royalist camps. After hearing the explanation, Lori considered the implications. The message suggested that the Count held no allegiance to either faction. After a brief pause, she dismissed extreme interpretations and instead concluded that the Count intended to dismantle the existing noble power structure and replace it with a new regime. Kalia agreed with the assessment. Lori then reasoned that this was why she had been elevated to Duchess, as the prestige of Altea was necessary for the plan. With the hegemon of the West supporting her position, the groundwork for restructuring power would already be in place. Kalia acknowledged this conclusion, and Lori suggested that they begin discussing concrete plans. Meanwhile, at the Blue Magic Tower, a white-haired boy questioned a guard about the recent incident involving Count Palacio and the Time Gate. Upon receiving confirmation, he requested a more detailed explanation. As the guard observed him, she reflected silently, sensing that scattered puzzle pieces were beginning to move and assemble on their own. The scene then shifted back to the protagonist, who was struggling slightly while eating. Evan noticed and checked on him. The protagonist clarified that he had nearly choked on a piece of sweet potato, though he admitted it tasted good. Evan offered him water, which he accepted. With a tired expression, the protagonist expressed a simple desire to return home. Afterward, his thoughts turned inward once more, noting that it was likely time for Yusha to have received his letter. When the scene shifted back to the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master had already returned. The Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower, Sele Micardo, an 8th Circle mage, noticed something unusual the moment he arrived. The presence of the time gate, which had lingered for years, could no longer be sensed. Inside the tower, the Vice Tower Master, Penia Crazine, sat silently at a table. Her posture was subdued, her usual sharp demeanor absent. She confirmed that the task entrusted to her had been completed. This reaction immediately unsettled the Tower Master. Penia had risen to the position of Vice Tower Master at an exceptionally young age due to her extraordinary talent. Her arrogance and flippancy had always been unmistakable, yet her sincerity toward magic had led him to tolerate her personality. He had believed that once she reached the seventh circle, she would naturally gain humility upon realizing the limits of her achievements. However, the current situation was different. Penia was neither dismissive nor irritated. She appeared restrained, almost fearful. As she explained the events surrounding Count Palacio's visit, the Tower Master learned that the time gate had been closed, though Penia was unable to explain the method in detail due to an oath she had made. She stated that there was little more she could say beyond that fact. While offering casual reassurance, the Tower Master reflected inwardly. What had humbled Penia was not discipline or failure, but something far more unsettling, an incomprehensible form of magic. Whether it could truly be called origin magic remained uncertain, but the fear it inspired was undeniable. The fact that Penia no longer reacted defensively even to his gestures confirmed how deeply shaken she was. Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom left a strong impression. The Tower Master found the situation genuinely intriguing. 1 month after returning from the Blue Magic Tower, the protagonist continued his research in earnest. After obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, his ability to use magic multiple times per day had increased, allowing him to conduct experiments more freely. While practicing, he focused on internal composure and methodical observation rather than force. As he recorded notes in his notebook, he reflected on a newly discovered rule regarding phrase usage. The effect appeared to be influenced not only by the phrases themselves, but also by how and where they were applied. However, the exact mechanism remained unclear. During this time, Evan arrived and observed the aftermath of the protagonist's training. Each instance of witnessing his magic left Evan increasingly uncertain of its classification. Despite technically remaining second circle magic, its output had grown noticeably stronger compared to months prior. The protagonist acknowledged the observation, noting that even a standard gravity spell should not be capable of producing such a crater. Internally, he reviewed the fundamentals. Gravity was a second circle spell, and even at maximum output, it lacked the power to crush targets outright. Yet the results before him contradicted that limitation. This led him to question whether his growth was genuine or merely perceived. Evan, standing behind him, silently regarded the magic with interest. The protagonist continued analyzing the phenomenon. The increase in power could not be attributed to proficiency or phrase enhancement alone. Greater proficiency only improved precision and realization, while phrases functioned more like attribute modifiers. Knowledge alone should not have caused such a sudden surge. He recalled spending months refining the phrase array for gravity and repeatedly alternating nearly identical phrase combinations. The conclusion he had previously reached was that power increased only gradually through fine-tuning optimal arrangements. There was no clear reason for the sudden jump in firepower. He considered the possibility that his physical condition had simply improved. Shortly afterward, Evan handed him a newly arrived letter from Yusha. The protagonist accepted it and decided to return to his room to read it privately. As they moved back inside, Evan noted that the protagonist was heading in already. The protagonist acknowledged this, explaining that he had already exhausted the maximum number of times he could use magic for the day. The scene settled quietly, with unanswered questions lingering beneath the surface. While moving forward, the protagonist reflects inwardly on the sudden increase in his magic. He considers whether it could be a form of compensation, possibly linked to a curse. A curse, as he understands it, is an oriental ritual in which the caster sacrifices themselves to place an affliction on another or even on themselves. Once inflicted, the target suffers a loss but receives a compensatory reward in return. However, since there is no one from the east around him, he dismisses that possibility. His thoughts then shift to the idea of faith. He recalls his position as the count of a small kingdom that the underworld has largely ignored, yet even that explanation feels illogical to him. Unable to reach a clear conclusion, he lets the matter go, deciding that sometimes it is better to move forward without overthinking. Still, a quiet doubt lingers as he wonders whether anything bad could come from it. The scene then shifts to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario in its capital city, Rhinal. The pure white city stands as a place where people worship the goddess of the moon and peace, Chironia. Near the East Prayer House, a young girl named Yusha is playing in front of a statue when a white-haired knight approaches her. The knight, Lok, observes her closely. Despite her being a nun of lower rank than a paladin and not wearing the sash of holy grace, he recognizes that she deserves respect. He bows before her sincerely. Maintaining his posture, he reflects on the recent mission in which 8 children and 25 lives were saved from a small village located between the eastern and western regions, attributing the success to her influence. Yusha, however, credits him instead, acknowledging that he was the one who carried out those deeds. Lok's thoughts drift back to his past. For 20 years, he lived in despair, unable to feel divine power and standing on the verge of giving up entirely. It was during that time that Yusha appeared in his life and guided him toward faith in the moon. Confused at first, he questioned the meaning of such belief, but her calm confidence stayed with him. Driven by desperation, he followed her advice and prayed to the moon for several days. Unexpectedly, he learned how to wield divine power. The joy he felt was overwhelming, yet was soon followed by fear. He realized that his faith had been placed in the moon itself rather than directly in the goddess Chironia, leading him to worry that he had stepped onto the path of heresy. However, over time, he came to understand that all power borrowed from the gods was fundamentally the same. Even the artifacts bestowed in the name of the goddess responded to him, shining brightly in his hands and confirming the legitimacy of his divine power. Yusha later explained that faith originates from belief in the unseen and often takes a long time to manifest. It is easier, she implied, for people to place their trust in something that visibly exists. The moon, ever present in the sky, would always remain with him. Through this understanding, Lok realized that the goddess herself was the moon, and that this method allowed doubtful humans to believe with certainty. Back in the present, Lok expresses his gratitude through reverence rather than words. Yusha invites him to join in prayer, noting that many have already gathered. Together, they enter the prayer hall, where Yusha moves toward the center. Standing before the people, she leads the congregation in prayer to the great moon. As the crowd watches her gentle expression, some recognize her identity. She is known as Yusha Bludia, a sister of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. The scene then shifts to the protagonist's house. Seated alone in his office, he goes through the day's letters and finds nothing unusual. Most of them contain ordinary updates about everyday life, which reassures him that everyone is living well. He acknowledges that this is a good thing, yet a quiet sadness settles in as he realizes that no one sends him letters anymore except Yusha, despite everyone doing well. As the thought lingers, he comes to a realization. From her perspective, it is only natural. To them, he is merely a stranger they have never truly met, someone distant rather than familiar. At best, he is likely remembered as nothing more than a kind and helpful figure. Resting his head on the table, he reminds himself that he has already accomplished his goal. He guided them onto the right path, so they would not destroy the world. With that in mind, he tells himself there is no reason to feel sad, repeating it internally until he forces a sense of calm. A slow breath follows, and for a moment, he convinces himself that he has found inner peace. Afterward, he raises his head again, thinking about Yusha. Despite being busy, she continues to write to him regularly. The realization stirs his emotions, and, as he holds his head, his composure weakens slightly. He reflects on how he raised 5 children, yet only the eldest truly acknowledges his efforts. Even so, he reassures himself that he is fine. Ivan, who is also present in the room, interrupts the quiet moment. The sudden presence startles the protagonist, and he quickly regains his composure upon realizing Ivan is still there. Ivan, maintaining a serious demeanor, explains that he has received new information from the Information Guild regarding the children and has come to report it. The report begins with Rutten, whom the protagonist had asked about previously. According to the gathered information, Rutten has become a pirate. The unexpected update captures the protagonist's attention, prompting Ivan to continue with further details. Ivan explains that among the children, the most rumors currently surround Sealrang and Deus. Seal Rang has achieved a 32-win streak out of the 100 victories required for her to earn the title of Baba Yaga. The number surprises the protagonist, especially when compared to the longest-known streak held by the Lion King, which stands at 41 consecutive wins. As he processes this, the protagonist reflects inwardly on the Lion King, a character known for overwhelming strength who once briefly joined the player's party. He recalls how the colony depends on powerful individuals to project its military strength, and realizes that Seal Rang is steadily approaching the very peak of that hierarchy. Ivan then turns to Deus. His order has successfully executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga the Snowfield, who led a group capable of transforming into monsters through rituals. The mention immediately triggers the protagonist's memories. He recalls battling those same barbarians in the game and eliminating their god, Ultulris. He notes with relief that Ultulris only appears when the 5 deadly sins gather, making it unlikely for him to face that threat again. Pulling himself out of those memories, the protagonist concludes that there is no longer any need to worry about Deus. Ivan adds that, with this achievement, Deus is now regarded as being on the same level as Reinhardt, the First Sword. Hearing this, the protagonist briefly wonders if he should have gone to meet him, thinking that such a meeting might have been meaningful. Finally, Ivan reports on Rina. Having become an appraiser, she now specializes in imprinting black engravings that enhance the abilities of artifacts, marking yet another significant development among the children. The protagonist reacts with visible surprise as the report continues, finding it unexpected that such a thing could even exist. The information quickly brings his focus back to the main issue, and his thoughts settle on a single question regarding Rutten's current path. Ivan explains the situation in detail. Beyond the coast of Raxus lies the region known as the 7 Archipelagos, a place where the greatest pirates of the seas reside. Among them, Rutten has risen to become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest and most influential of them all. The revelation leaves the protagonist unsettled. He holds his head, struggling to accept it. Internally, he reflects on the years of support he had quietly provided, donating regularly so that Rutten could live a proud yet ordinary life. Instead, Rutten has become a pirate. A quiet sadness follows. The protagonist recalls sending Rutten to Raxus with a clear intention. Rutten possessed an exceptional ability to locate enemies, and as a rare sea gookin, he could move freely through the water. Combined with the abundance of valuable relics scattered across the oceans of Raxus, the path of a treasure hunter seemed ideal and full of promise. Becoming a pirate was never part of that plan. Ivan, however, frames the situation differently. Becoming the captain of a great pirate crew effectively makes one the ruler of an island. Rutten has not only survived, but has risen to a position of immense influence, now standing as an important figure within a region. The protagonist acknowledges this reluctantly, though his expression remains subdued. His thoughts drift toward the unanswered question of how Rutten managed to defeat the former captain of the first archipelago. The captains are known as superhuman figures, individuals who never lose naval battles. One possible explanation comes to mind. Rutten may have salvaged only the most valuable relics from the old era and used them to equip himself properly. The protagonist recalls how much time and effort such relic hunting required, remembering the countless hours once spent pursuing similar goals. The realization settles heavily. The world does not always move according to his expectations, but this outcome feels particularly bitter. He remains lying motionless on the sofa as the weight of it sinks in, prompting Ivan to check on him. The scene then shifts. At the heart of the Principality of Korkia lies the massive maritime city of Raxus. Beyond its coast stretch the 7 paradises of pirates, with the first archipelago standing as the greatest among them. Its former captain, Alglide the Red Slayer, had ruled the region under the protection of the Heavenly King, power granted through immense wealth. The one who defeated him now stands as the new captain of the first archipelago. Standing atop a building, Rutten reflects on his past. His thoughts drift toward the concept of the Great Moon, something he had never taken much interest in before. At first, it was merely a distant presence, someone he felt gratitude toward rather than devotion. He remembers how his fate had once been sealed as a vivisection slave, only to be altered through that connection. Meeting Yusha and awakening his ability followed soon after, and much of his early work felt more like carrying out her will while acting as the Blue Moon. when he later received a direct order tied to the Great Moon. Confusion took hold. The instruction to become a treasure hunter stirred discomfort rather than clarity. His true goal had always been revenge. The black-clad figures who massacred a peaceful clan on a forgotten island, the hunters who murdered his exhausted parents after they barely escaped to the continent, and the ones who sold him into slavery had never left his mind. To him, the idea that becoming a treasure hunter and the so-called gift were connected to his promised revenge made little sense. In the end, he resolves to at least make it appear as though he is following the order. His attention shifts as noise carries from nearby. He notices the wanted notices and the proclamations surrounding the chosen great pirates. The Heavenly King claims that only the selected captains of the 7 archipelagos can receive protection through wealth, a declaration spread deliberately. Rudin recognizes the truth beneath the lie. True power is granted only through a sacred ritual involving the bodies of sea godkin, the means by which the sea god Clyad bestows strength. Every captain of the 7 archipelagos wields that stolen power. The realization sharpens into hatred. The same hunters responsible for his parents' deaths now stand empowered, their crimes woven into the very foundation of the pirate hierarchy. Radin reflects while staring at the ship before him, troubled by how the Great Moon seemed to understand his past despite never being told. It feels as though an opportunity for revenge had been deliberately arranged to fulfill an unspoken promise. However, revenge cannot be carried out immediately, as his enemies wield the power of the sea god and stand far beyond ordinary strength. If everything was intentional, then the gift he received must also have meaning. His thoughts turn to the spectacles of Amrita, the gift bestowed upon him. They allow him to identify and locate relics deep beneath the sea, compensating for his lack of raw force. Diving from the mountain into the ocean, he descends to the seabed and discovers a chest filled with jewels, along with a pair of golden anklets. After equipping them, he emerges from the water, realizing that simple gratitude had been foolish. Gazing at the moon, he understands that the Great Moon not only brought the target of his revenge directly before him, but also ensured every condition was carefully arranged. The order written in the letter becomes clear. He is meant to carry out his revenge and seize control of the 7 archipelagos. A memory of Yusha's words resurfaces, and what once meant nothing slowly becomes engraved in his heart as unwavering trust. His resolve settles firmly beneath the moonlight. 3 months later, as the oppressive heat fades, autumn arrives along with the biennial grand social gathering of Asteria. The protagonist is compelled to attend. Mandatory participation every 4 years remains deeply unpleasant. Traveling by chariot, he notes the allied carriages moving together to avoid bandit attacks, finding the custom irritating and strange. Later, inside a bar, he realizes that nobles pose a greater nuisance than bandits ever could. Their disdain is clear, fueled by rumors that his title was earned through coincidence and that his finances were unstable. Such assumptions stem from the infamous authority of Palatio, once built upon dominance over the eastern underworld and wealth gathered from it. Yet that influence was abandoned willingly. Satisfied with his current life and earning more than enough through legitimate means, he chose to sever ties with the underworld altogether. As a result, the eastern underworld has become a battleground for insignificant figures scrambling to fill the void, while the belief that his rise was merely luck has quietly solidified as accepted truth. The protagonist reflects with quiet sadness, already aware that his reputation has fallen from being regarded as the mastermind of the county to being dismissed as nothing more than a fortunate and immature noble. The open mockery directed at him confirms this shift, as the nobles no longer bother hiding their contempt. Their behavior crosses from casual ridicule into deliberate insult. As he observes them, realization dawns. These nobles were once subordinates crushed under Palatio's authority, and now they vent the humiliation they once endured by mocking him instead. Though he was never the one responsible for their suffering, he finds himself bearing the resentment, much like facing faceless critics who lash out simply to feel superior. Evan arrives with roasted corn, suggesting that ignoring the provocation is the best course of action. The protagonist accepts this distraction, finding comfort in the warmth and simplicity of staple food during the cold evening. Even as further accusations are thrown his way regarding the decline of underworld forces and his neglected appearance, he remains detached, noting how their insults have become repetitive and almost absurd. He continues eating calmly, appreciating the moment despite everything. The scene shifts north to an endless frozen land consumed by barbarian territory. The region is shrouded in a dull, lifeless gray, scattered with fallen bodies. Among them lies Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, barely clinging to life. For barbarians who revere combat above all else, dying in battle is the greatest honor, yet Klecken's fate is one of disgrace. He had been deceived by a knight of Caliban who promised an honorable duel, only for treachery to follow. Wounded and unable to rise, Klecken learns of Kurga of the Snowfield's downfall and recognizes that he, too, has met a shameful end. Crushed by this realization, he is confronted by an otherworldly presence. A strange, long-haired figure manifests, invoking the name of Ultoris, the god revered by the barbarians. Klecken, broken and desperate, calls upon that divine name. The figure responds with twisted satisfaction, signaling that Klecken's plea has been acknowledged. As the sun rises, the protagonist travels with the cavalry and allied, noble families toward the social gathering. Throughout the journey, the uncomfortable coexistence continues. Even as more noble houses join the procession, the mockery does not stop. He chooses to ignore it entirely, refusing to react no matter how persistent or petty the remarks become. When night falls, the group halts to rest. While the protagonist quietly has dinner with Ivan, the 2 nobles from earlier watch him with visible irritation. Frustrated by being ignored, they discuss his lack of escort forces. After confirming through an artifact that he is accompanied by only a small guard and a single knight, they grow confident. Believing the rumors that he is insignificant and weakened, they decide it is finally time to move on their plan to enter and seize control of the Eastern underworld. They anticipate wealth and influence, even considering teaching him a harsh lesson once they secure power. Their scheming is abruptly interrupted by a disturbance in the forest. What first appears trivial quickly causes panic. Soldiers take formation as a mage steps forward and releases multiple flares into the sky. Bright light spreads across the forest, revealing armed figures emerging from the darkness. Goblins. At first, relief spreads among the soldiers. Goblins are common and considered weak. However, that relief fades as their overwhelming numbers become clear. The realization comes too late. The goblins surge forward in waves, cutting down soldiers with ruthless efficiency. Those stationed on external watch are already dead. Panic spreads rapidly among the remaining troops as confusion replaces earlier confidence. Something that seemed minor has turned into a full-scale disaster. As the soldiers observe the goblins more closely, they realize these creatures are unlike any they have seen before. Their physiques are different, their bodies infused with mana, and their physical abilities far beyond ordinary goblins. The goblins leap into the air and charge, but before they can reach the soldiers, a massive stone wall erupts from the ground. The incoming monsters crash against it and fall. An immense presence lingers in the air. The mage is shocked, recognizing the use of advanced tier magic and realizing another powerful caster is present. At that moment, the protagonist steps forward. Under the soldier's confused stares, he begins casting. A magical sphere forms, trapping several goblins inside before rising into the air. With a simple gesture, he crushes it. The resulting explosion wipes out numerous goblins below. He remains calm as the aftermath settles, while the 2 nobles and the soldiers watch in disbelief. The remaining goblins rush again. The protagonist orders the soldiers to prepare, breaking their days. They advance and begin cutting down the attackers. Spikes erupt from the ground at his command, impaling multiple enemies, while Evan moves efficiently through the battlefield, eliminating others with precise swordsmanship. Together, they eradicate the entire horde. When it is finally over, exhaustion spreads through the ranks. The soldiers, still catching their breath, look at the protagonist with confusion, questioning who he truly is. Inwardly, however, he feels the strain. He had nearly exhausted himself. Despite a slight increase in the number of spells he can cast daily, his mana pool remains limited, leaving him vulnerable once depleted. Even with Evan nearby, losing the ability to protect himself had been unsettling. His thoughts shift to a greater concern, divine descent. The phenomenon occurs when an outer god attempts to manifest, causing affected monsters to grow ferocious and physically enhanced. Such beings should not appear yet. Fringe outer gods are meant to descend only after the 5 great sins awaken and the laws of the world collapse. The children have not awakened, so this development makes no sense. It suggests something is accelerating beyond expectation. He resolves to gather information as soon as they arrive. If events continue unfolding at this pace, consequences will follow. The next day, they reach the Roteger ducal house. Stepping down from the chariot, the protagonist notes their arrival. Hardship has merely led to further hardship as the Grand Cathedral's gathering begins. They enter the Grand Cathedral of the Roteger ducal house. The interior is lavish, nearly everything adorned in gold, clearly designed to display overwhelming wealth. Evan quietly notes the extravagance, remarking that it exists purely for show, though the overall taste feels excessive. Duke Roteger makes his appearance, exchanging pleasantries with other nobles as laughter fills the hall. Observing from a distance, the protagonist decides to avoid unnecessary interaction. He has no desire to involve himself in shallow noble exchanges and prefers to keep to himself. Suddenly, the two nobles from earlier approach him, this time with exaggerated politeness. They offer high-quality goods from their territory and propose support, behaving in complete contrast to their previous arrogance. The abrupt shift leaves the protagonist confused, while the two men inwardly panic at his unreadable expression. The scene shifts back to the previous day after the goblin battle. Still shaken by what they witnessed, the two nobles recall the protagonist's magic. Unable to reconcile it with the rumors of incompetence, they drag along a third-circle mage hired by Baron Ullman to confirm their suspicions. Upon questioning her, they learn that the magic displayed far exceeded her own capabilities, clearly beyond the third circle. This realization shatters their assumption that he rose by luck alone. Instead, they conclude he had been concealing overwhelming strength and intentionally traveling without escorts. Fearing retaliation for their earlier disrespect and abandoning thoughts of seizing the underworld, they decide survival now depends on apology and submission. Back in the present, they bow deeply and beg for forgiveness, trembling in fear. Evan approaches, confused by the sudden scene. The protagonist cannot understand how they reached such extreme conclusions, but chooses not to escalate matters. Causing a disturbance would only bring more attention. Though he lacks the power they now imagine, he allows their fear to persist and decides to handle it personally. After sending Evan to the Information Guild, he turns his focus to gathering intelligence within the hall. Noticing two nobles speaking quietly in a corner, he enhances his hearing with mana and listens in. They discuss rumors of Duke Altea and Count Zenonia forming an alliance and attempting to establish a faction. Initially, he dismisses it as insignificant, believing the two mastermind families are incompatible and unlikely to sustain cooperation. While casually enjoying dessert, he continues listening. Then he hears something unexpected. The head of the newly forming faction is not either of those two nobles. It is Count Palacio. After overhearing that he is supposedly the head of a new faction, the protagonist freezes in shock, the food slipping from his hand. Sweating, he tries to make sense of the absurd rumor. He has barely interacted with Duke Altea and has never even met the current Count Zenonia. Yet somehow, gossip has elevated him to the center of a political alliance. He concludes it must be baseless talk, though the unease lingers. Someone calls his name from behind. Irritated by the constant attention, he turns to find Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelin from the Ashudalan Kingdom. Remembering that foreign nobles also attend the gathering, he offers a polite introduction. Carmine remarks that he heard the Count rose by luck and claims curiosity as his reason for approaching. Before the exchange can continue, a brown-haired noble from Asteria intervenes sharply, interpreting Carmine's words as mockery. Carmine immediately falters. The scene shifts to Carmine's recent past. Confident in his charm and status, he had arrived intending to marry Roteger's youngest daughter. However, his tactless comments and arrogance quickly soured the interaction, leading to the cancellation of the marriage. Frustrated and humiliated, he searched for someone easier to belittle and targeted Count Palacio, believing him to be an isolated and immature noble. Back in the present, Carmine's attempt backfires. Major figures, including Duke Roteger, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Palin, publicly rebuke him, framing his behavior as an insult not just to Palacio but to the kingdom itself. Overwhelmed, Carmine apologizes repeatedly before fleeing the scene in embarrassment. The three nobles then approach the protagonist with concern. Inwardly, he finds the situation surreal. Despite having little political involvement, influential figures are now openly defending him. With enhanced hearing, he catches more whispers. If Altea and Zenonia are indeed aligning politically, then Palatio's position as their supposed head would be overwhelming. The rumor is already shaping perceptions. Realizing the implications, he considers clarifying that the story is false. However, before he can act, the nobles begin offering gifts. Artifacts capable of containing mana and other valuable materials are presented to him. Though such gifts between nobles often signify respect, high-grade artifacts carry deeper political meaning, especially when offered to the presumed head of a faction. Tempted, he chooses silence and accepts them, acquiring 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions. At dawn, in Duke Rotegares' annex, Marquis Mardanio meets privately with Duchess Altea. He confirms that his gift was accepted. While simple gifts symbolize courtesy, significant artifacts represent intent to join and support a faction. With this acceptance, he believes his alignment has been secured. Duchess Altea welcomes him formally, stating that they now share the same purpose. Loria expresses satisfaction that their objectives now align and asks about the others. Marquis Mardanio reports that the selected nobles all accepted the gifts without hesitation. Inwardly, he reflects on the significance of Duchess Altea's rare personal involvement. Only carefully chosen individuals were approached, and the valuable artifacts served as more than courtesy. They functioned as a rite of passage. Though rumors are spreading rapidly, he recognizes this as the natural flow of politics and resolves to seize the opportunity. With preparations complete, Loria states that they can now proceed in earnest. On the 4th day of the banquet, the protagonist notices that more benefits and favors are quietly accumulating around him. He understands that the false rumor linking him to Altea and Zenonia is the reason for this preferential treatment. Choosing pragmatism over correction, he accepts the advantages for now, reasoning that no one is likely to retract them later. Evan returns with urgent news. In the north, an outer god has descended, throwing Caliborn into chaos. Based on ancient records, such events signal the influence of fringe outer gods. Evan also confirms that the individual the protagonist was searching for has been located in a village north of Ashtalon. Without hesitation, the protagonist decides they will travel to Caliborn, stopping at the northern village along the way. Though Evan questions the sudden decision, he complies. Once alone, the protagonist reflects on the gravity of the situation. He had hoped to delay this development. Outer gods and the 5 great sins are catastrophic forces, and divine descent offers no certainty about which entity will emerge or when. Despite gathering information and preparing contingencies, events are accelerating faster than expected. Recalling countless possible outcomes, he foresees allied kingdoms collapsing into ruin, consumed by war and otherworldly corruption, with his own life shattered in the aftermath. However, he knows that after descending, an outer god undergoes a stabilization period lasting several months before fully awakening. During that time, its power remains incomplete. Targeting it within this window offers the best chance of survival. Though uncertain of success, he drafts a letter, resolving to act regardless. As he writes, he briefly wonders what the boy he seeks might prefer. 1 week later, a soldier rushes to a young commander with the letter. After reading it, the boy orders the northern deployment schedule postponed by 2 weeks. The scene shifts to Pakran, a village north of the Ashtalon kingdom. Waiting there, the protagonist reflects on how unexpectedly easy it was to locate the boy. A blue-haired youth approaches and greets him. As he looks at the blue-haired boy, the protagonist immediately recognizes him. Eliban, the playable protagonist of the roguelike turn-based RPG Psychedelia. Despite the differences between this world and the game, the resemblance is exact. The boy stands out effortlessly, almost unreal in appearance. Even knowing he is male, his beauty is striking. Introducing himself only after confirming the boy's name, the protagonist studies him carefully. Regardless of how much this reality may diverge from the original game, a protagonist remains a protagonist. Eventually, Eliban will grow powerful and renowned. Without further explanation, the protagonist hands him a pouch containing gold. Evan steps forward with boxes filled with mana potions and other supplies. Additional gift boxes are placed before the boy. Confused but accepting, Eliban listens as the protagonist explains that it is an investment. Inwardly, the protagonist reflects that he purchased everything beneficial for early growth. If Eliban develops quickly, he can eventually handle threats such as outer gods. Treating him well now should secure future loyalty. Only afterward does he formally introduce himself as Count Palatio, ensuring the boy knows the name of the one who supported him. As they depart, Eliban promises to remember the encounter. Watching him, the protagonist wonders whether his personality was always that bright. Given the dark nature of the world, the boy's optimism feels unexpected. Evan questions whether it was wise to leave without deeper conversation. The protagonist dismisses the concern, trusting the boy's intelligence. Internally, he admits he does not have time to carefully build bonds. With looming catastrophe, survival takes priority. In his mind, he has effectively placed the protagonist on auto hunt, investing resources now for future returns. Evan remarks on Eliban's unusual mana, dense and swirling, and notes that despite his simple clothing, he appeared to be carrying artifacts. The protagonist senses it as well. Originally, Eliban was meant to begin as an ordinary boy before his journey. This deviation suggests further unexpected changes from the game's storyline. Still, preserving his peaceful life remains the priority. The investment should be worthwhile. Eliban, after all, was one of the few kind-hearted figures in that grim dark world. Then a thought unsettles him, kind-hearted. He brings up Deus, wondering if she will agree to meet him. He had avoided visiting the orphanage out of hesitation, and now events have progressed beyond what he anticipated. Evan expresses cautious optimism that a meeting will at least be possible. Later, back home, as artifacts are sorted through, Evan questions why so many random items were purchased. The protagonist calmly explains that they are offerings, preparations meant for the person who may become his future lifeline. 10 days later, they arrive at the capital of Caliborn, Kurdum, stopping before the northern gate. The long journey has clearly taken its toll, especially after navigating a strange labyrinth near the end of their route. Though exhausting, the detour had been unavoidable. As they wait for inspection, the protagonist reflects on their preparations. They travel from place to place, gathering resources for the coming war against the outer gods. He fingers the necklace among the gifts he acquired, wondering whether Deus will be pleased. Beneath his composure lingers a restrained, almost paternal anticipation. Evan steps out to handle the entry process, noting that capital inspections typically require nothing more than identity verification. Things appear to move efficiently. However, he soon returns with news of a complication. Although the protagonist's identity has been confirmed, they have been asked to step aside. The protagonist exits the chariot and approaches the soldiers. A knight named Viren introduces himself as the direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, known as the Fourth Sword. The name means nothing to the protagonist. Viren explains that a friend from the Asteria Kingdom claims to have been deeply humiliated by the Count. At first confused, the protagonist quickly realizes the reference must be Carmine. Viren recalls receiving a request from that same friend, urging him to cripple the Count under the pretense of repaying a debt and gaining experience against powerful foes. Viren states that he intends to repay his friend by staging an appropriate response. At that signal, armed soldiers move in and surround the protagonist from all sides. Evan quietly takes a fighting stance as the soldiers tighten their circle. Surrounded, the protagonist reflects on the absurdity of the situation. Carmine had picked a fight and fled, yet the consequences had followed him here. Viren demands that every valuable inside the carriage be handed over, presenting it as the favor requested of him. Confident in his position, Viren believes there is no real risk. Count Palacio is merely a minor noble from the Asteria Kingdom with no meaningful ties to Caliban. Even if matters escalate, his master would settle them. The protagonist can only think that like attracts like. Viren advances with a decisive strike, convinced the outcome is secure. Before the blow can land, a figure intervenes and seizes him by the throat. Deus has arrived. Lifting Viren effortlessly, Deus demands to know what he thinks he is doing, furious that anyone would dare touch his benefactor. Only then does the protagonist reflect on the truth Viren failed to uncover. Count Palacio had once defeated Kurga of the Snowfields and earned the epithet Swordless. More importantly, he was known as the benefactor of Master Knight Deus Macallion. Deus slams Viren into the ground and drives a heavy kick into his face. He lifts him again by the head despite his pain protests and warns the surrounding soldiers that if even one of them moves, the consequences will be theirs to bear. Another brutal kick sends Viren crashing into a tree. Deus does not stop. Blow after blow lands with measured force. Evan casually remarks on the precision of the strikes. Through it all, Deus repeatedly declares that no one may lay a hand upon his benefactor. Watching, the protagonist is struck by unexpected emotion. He had assumed that any childhood gratitude Deus once held would have faded with time. There had been no letters, no replies. Yet here stands the grown Deus, acting without hesitation. It feels strangely similar to witnessing a son stand up for his father. As Deus continues, the protagonist reflects on how well he has matured, upright, decisive, formidable. Pride quietly fills him. Evan dryly notes that this son is beating someone senseless, but the protagonist ignores the comment. To step forward so boldly in a foreign land over a slight against his benefactor, there is something unbearably sincere about it. Though he cannot help but wonder if the response is somewhat excessive, he is reminded once more that Deus is counted among the 5 great sins. At last, Deus stops. He approaches, bows respectfully before the protagonist, and states that he will escort him personally. Nearby soldiers watch the scene in stunned silence. The scene shifts to the snowy fields during the war between the barbarians and the Knights of Caliban. After the battle, Delman, the third sword of Caliban and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order, declares that one of the 8 chiefs, Culkin the Great, and his clan have been annihilated. The knights erupt in celebration. With the objective seemingly achieved, he orders a return to the forward base for maintenance. Inwardly, however, Delman's expression is strained. He believes this victory will secure achievements grand enough to rival the newly appointed Master Knight. The truth remains hidden. Caliban and the barbarians traditionally wage war with mutual honor, but Delman betrayed that code. He deceived Culkin, lured him out under the pretense of a duel, and struck alongside an infiltration force. With that advantage, he wiped out the clan. He reassures himself that Culkin should have died from poison, even if he somehow survived. Once he reports this triumph, everything will be settled. But as Delman and his forces approach the forward base, they find it completely destroyed. From the shadows, a lone figure emerges. It is Culkin. Delman is overwhelmed by the aura before him. Culkin was supposed to be dead, yet he stands there, demanding to know why a sacred duel of honor was defiled. The pressure he exerts is suffocating, like a terror capable of devouring even a warrior who could sever hundreds of lives with a single strike. Shaken, Delman denies the identity before him. Culkin advances. Delman unleashes a powerful strike with his flame blade, justifying deception as part of the battlefield. Culkin evades effortlessly and acknowledges Delman's strength, offering him one final chance to face a true duel. Instead, Delman orders all knights to prepare for battle. As the soldiers charge, Culkin raises his hand in fury and begins an incantation. He declares that a mortal without honor will not be granted an honorable death. The fallen soldiers of the base begin to rise. Their bodies move unnaturally, voices filled with agony, pleading for release as pain overwhelms them. The battlefield becomes a grotesque echo of suffering. Culkin advances and strikes Delman with overwhelming force. A brutal cut tears across Delman's neck with barehanded precision. With a single punch to the ground, Culkin shatters the earth, launching knights into the air. While Delman is airborne, Culkin drives a crushing kick into him, then follows with a final, devastating blow that pierces through his chest. As life leaves him, Delman can only stare in disbelief at the being before him. Culkin withdraws his hand from Delman's chest. Delman collapses onto the shattered ground, writhing in agony as the life drains from him. Looking at the blood on his hand, Culkin declares that those who defiled honor will now face a true reckoning. The fallen, denied proper deaths, rise to form a grotesque arena. He invokes Ultoris, father of duels and god of all barbarians, proclaiming that an honorable death will be granted only through combat. Those who call other savages must now prove themselves through a duel. The scene shifts back to the present. Before the protagonist, Deus stands with composed respect and offers to personally guide him. Nearby soldiers are left in disbelief. In Caliban, Deus Macallion, the swordless, holds towering prestige. He once beat the second prince without consequence after the prince harassed his sister. He bows to no one but the king. Yet here he lowers his head before a foreign count. The question spreads silently among the onlookers. Who truly is Count Palacio? Deus gestures toward a chariot and invites the protagonist aboard. The protagonist notes that such a public display will attract attention. Evan remains behind with the carriage as instructed. After some time, they arrive at a grand mansion. Stepping out, the protagonist observes the scale of Deus's residence, a clear sign of his success. He follows him inside, but the quiet between them feels heavy. Though Deus's earlier actions were sincere, uncertainty lingers. Rather than dwell on it, the protagonist decides to speak directly. He states that he has come with a request. Deus reacts with visible surprise at the word request, noting inwardly that it was not phrased as an order. The protagonist wonders briefly if the wording seems presumptuous. Deus suggests continuing the discussion while seated. Once inside, the protagonist notices that Deus allows him the highest seat, a gesture that subtly reinforces the respect shown earlier. He explains that he has two requests. First, he must head north and asks whether Deus can accompany him. Deus agrees immediately, revealing that he was already preparing for an expedition to the north. Encouraged, the protagonist moves to the more delicate matter. He asks whether it would be possible to borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's treasury. As Deus begins to respond, the scene briefly shifts elsewhere. A soldier reports to the vice commander after completing a mission. The vice commander, unconcerned due to the commander's presence, prepares to personally oversee the escort. A young woman, Silly Eye, approaches with curiosity upon hearing that an important guest has arrived for her brother. The vice commander recalls a recent memory. Deus had postponed a northern expedition by 2 weeks, explaining only that his benefactor would soon visit. It was the first time the vice commander had seen such a visible change in Deus's expression. Returning to the present, he informs Silly Eye that Count Palacio of the Kingdom of Asteria has arrived, leaving her visibly shocked. The scene shifts back inside the mansion. The protagonist clarifies his second request, borrowing the Ring of Radiance from the King of Caliban. He understands the political weight of such a demand. It would place them in debt to the royal family, yet the ring is essential to his plan. Deus agrees without hesitation. Before the conversation can continue, Evan enters. The protagonist, sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, decides to lighten it. At his signal, Evan brings in the many gifts prepared during their journey. The room fills with carefully selected items. Deus studies them briefly and offers his thanks, but declines to open them immediately, choosing to do so in private. The protagonist inwardly questions whether the gesture failed, whether the gifts were insufficient, or whether the restraint simply reflects genuine respect. Attempting reassurance, the protagonist offers compensation should the request cause harm. Deus responds decisively, stating he will retrieve the ring from the royal treasury. When reminded of where it is kept, he confirms his awareness. Ordinarily, such a process would take about a week. After a brief, serious pause, he calculates that removing roughly 50 obstacles would resolve the issue more quickly. His expression suggests no hint of humor. He calmly asks whether they should depart at once. The protagonist quickly insists that such measures are unnecessary. Deus then assures him he will retrieve it as swiftly as possible, though the method remains unclear. While grateful for the loyalty shown, the protagonist cannot help but feel that the response borders on excessive. As they step outside, Silly Eye runs toward them, calling out to her brother. Deus turns to face her. Evan warmly greets Silly Eye, and she responds with equal familiarity. The two quickly fall into easy conversation. Watching them, the protagonist recalls that Silly Eye is the younger sister he once ensured Deus would protect. In the original game, he had only seen the scene of her death. Seeing her alive now, she bears a striking resemblance to her brother. Deus steps in, visibly displeased, pulling her away and firmly correcting her familiarity. The protagonist realizes just how deeply attached Deus is to her. It becomes clear that saving Silly Eye may have influenced Deus's overwhelming loyalty far more than expected. What began as a calculated move to prevent Deus from falling into ruin has bound him with intense devotion. Silly Eye formally greets the protagonist, acknowledging that he was the one who ordered her rescue. The protagonist downplays his role, though inwardly he knows her survival prevented Deus from becoming something far darker. Silly Eye thanks him sincerely while holding her brother's hand. Though his motives were not entirely selfless, the gratitude still feels genuine. Soon after, his stay at Deus's mansion begins. The next day, Deus presents the ring. The protagonist is stunned. It has only been a single day. Before explanations can fully settle, Evan rushes in with alarming news. Deus had caused a disturbance at the royal palace, demanding the artifact directly. When the second prince refused, Deus struck him twice. Thereafter, 3 days later, following formalities and presentations, the protagonist departs north alongside the knights. 2 weeks into the expedition, troubling reports arrive from a northern border outpost of Caliban. At the base, soldiers argue fiercely. Some demand retreat due to overwhelming losses, while others insist they cannot yield to the barbarians. Without the kingdom's strongest blades present, morale wavers. Deus silences the room with a sharp clap. Fiola, the fourth blade of Caliban and commander of the Order of Perseverance, acknowledges both sides before stepping outside with Deus. She reports that an outer god is spreading chaos at the outpost, raising the dead in its wake. Delman, the third blade, is confirmed dead. Kiriana, the second blade, is critically wounded. Both can sense a strange reddish aura tainted with malevolent mana, visible only to those who have reached awakening. The presence is suffocating, and even Fiola considers retreat a viable option. Nearby, in stark contrast to the grim tension, the protagonist and Evan casually roast sweet potatoes over a small fire. Approaching them, Deus briefly wonders where they even obtain the food. His attention shifts when he hears shouting nearby. A young woman argues heatedly with two soldiers, insisting she has already completed her medical treatment and came only to research barbarian rituals. The soldiers urge her to prioritize the wounded. Deus recognizes the insignia, Kiriana's silver shadow order, tied to the vice master of the blue magic tower. The woman storms away, telling the soldiers to monitor developments. As she turns and notices Deus, her irritation vanishes instantly. Shock spreads across her face as she stares at him in disbelief. The protagonist approaches the vice commander of the blue magic tower after hearing she is present at the outpost. He calls her over casually and hands her a roasted sweet potato. Shivering slightly, she awkwardly explains that the special medicine he previously requested is currently unavailable and difficult to prepare, especially given her busy circumstances. He accepts the explanation calmly, admitting inwardly that perhaps he asked for too much. Suddenly flustered, she corrects herself and insists she can prepare it after all. Caught off guard, the protagonist mentions that his finances are tight and payment may be delayed. She hurriedly assures him that a single gold coin will suffice. He accepts the generous offer without protest. Her two subordinates from the magic tower stare in disbelief. The usually stern vice commander is smiling, agreeing to minimal payment for something previously worth hundreds of gold coins. To them, it appears as though she has completely lost her composure. Flustered but determined, she rushes off to prepare the concoction immediately. The subordinates remain behind, gazing at the protagonist with open admiration. Inside the command structure, Fiola suddenly senses a surge of energy. Deus confirms it instantly. They are under attack. An army of undead soldiers advances toward the outpost. The knights charge forward to meet them, and battle erupts as steel clashes against reanimated flesh. The vice commander reappears on the battlefield and casts a spell. Crystalline structures of ice pierce through the undead, immobilizing them in place. With precise follow-up magic, she freezes their cores, shattering them instantly. Deus enters the fray, cutting through the dead with relentless efficiency. Then he looks toward the sky. A presence looms above, a despair born from overwhelming force. A brilliant light crashes down onto the battlefield. When it fades, Erthultis stands revealed, condemning the living as savages unworthy of honor. Fiola charges without hesitation, driving her blade toward Erthultis's chest. The strike fails to leave even a scratch. Shock flashes across her mind. With a simple motion of his bare hand, Erthultis retaliates. The blow is absolute. He declares that those who renounce the nobility of their souls will not receive an honorable death. Fiola's head separates cleanly from her body. She collapses. A nearby soldier freezes in horror at the sight. At that moment, the protagonist steps forward. Addressing Erthultis formally as the great god of duels, he invokes the Oath of Calginia. Declaring his name, Alan Palatio, he presents himself to uphold the sacred promise and requests a duel of Babylon. The battlefield falls into stunned silence. Erthultis begins to laugh, recognizing the ancient oath invoked before him. Someone who remembers the pact of that era is rare, and he finds it unexpectedly pleasing. With a simple gesture, the remaining undead dissolve into blood. The crimson mass rises and forms a circular barrier around him and the protagonist, sealing the battlefield into a confined arena. He names it his Bloody Colosseum, a space where no one may interfere. Formally, under the Grand Pact, Erthultis accepts the sacred duel of Babylon. Facing him, the protagonist feels the crushing weight of his presence. He realizes he underestimated the situation. The outer god is far closer to full manifestation than expected. The nearer an outer god comes to incarnation, the more its power rivals that of the 5 mortal sins. Without the potion of excellence taken moments earlier, he would have already collapsed. This duel is his final opportunity before manifestation completes. He signals the beginning. The Duel of Babylon proceeds under strict, ancient rules. First, the challenged holds initiative. Ertholtis advances, condensing ruinous force into a devastating strike. Outside the barrier, soldiers retreat in panic. Some cannot comprehend why the protagonist remains motionless despite witnessing Fiola's death. The second rule binds him in place. Outside one's turn, movement is forbidden. If struck by interdiction, motion becomes impossible. The third rule defines each exchange. One attack, one defense, then position swap. It is the defender's turn. A basic defense would be meaningless against such overwhelming force. The protagonist begins chanting, preparing a spell that will consume nearly all his magic simply to endure. Ertholtis releases the attack. The explosion tears through the earth, sending debris skyward. When the smoke clears, a single figure remains standing at the center. The vice commander of the Blue Magic Tower stares in disbelief. The protagonist survives, though gravely wounded and barely breathing. Through the haze of pain, he recalls the potions given to him, the Potion of Excellence and the Remithian Potion, capable of dulling even unbearable agony. He had been asked when he intended to use them. Now, he pours the potion over himself. The effects surge through his body. The wounds do not vanish entirely, but enough strength returns to move. Everything has unfolded according to plan. Having met the necessary conditions, he enters a state of controlled frenzy. His gaze shifts to the ring on his finger. He invokes Binding Summon. At last, the long-awaited hour of his attack begins. The protagonist steadies his breathing and reviews the structure of the duel. The battle against Ertholtis follows a strict, turn-based system with separate rules designed to limit the Outer God's actions. By invoking the duel, he forced those constraints into place. With the pendant of reincarnation and the healing potion, he barely survived the opening strike. His gaze falls upon the ring. The Ring of the Mad One activates only when its bearer stands at death's threshold. That condition has now been fulfilled. Because Ertholtis reveres duels as sacred, he will neither interrupt nor defend outside the rules. In the original game, the god would always accept the first strike. Enhancements once shortened time limits, but here there is no artificial restriction, only reality. The protagonist begins casting. First restriction: when magic is invoked in a land of extreme cold, let it twist the laws of the world. Second restriction: when magic is invoked in a near-death state, let it twist the laws of the world. He condenses the spell into a singular point, death itself. Third restriction: when magic is invoked against a god, let it twist the laws of the world. Fourth restriction: when magic is invoked against Ertholtis, great god of duels, let it twist the laws of the world. The attack surges forward, tearing through the frozen earth, and striking Ertholtis directly. The explosion that follows shakes the battlefield. When the smoke clears, the spell has pierced through the god's chest, straight through the heart. Yet Ertholtis remains standing, smiling. The protagonist feels the weight of exhaustion. All the mana he accumulated is gone. Then Ertholtis acknowledges his strength. He recognizes the will being carried forward and notes that the protagonist already possesses a class. Dark fire flickers faintly as the god lowers himself. Declaring the duel excellent, Ertholtis begins to fade. Before vanishing, he speaks of the black and blue ones, entities worth watching. Having lost the duel, he grants authority along with a final gift. The one who remembers the hand signs and the mysteries of the forgotten god is tasked with carrying their will. When the usurpers break free from their shackles, he must call not the false epithet, but the true name, the Wicked One. With that, Ertholtis disappears completely. The battlefield falls quiet. The outer god is gone. The expedition turns to gathering the fallen, whose unrest has ended, and prepares to return to Caliban. Inside the chariot on the journey back, the protagonist sits beside the vice commander of the Blue Magic Tower. As he begins to question her, she excitedly misstates his magical circle before correcting herself, acknowledging him as Third Circle. He then asks whether she knows anything about the phrase black and the blue ones. Her response is immediate and evasive, insisting she saw nothing and knows nothing. The protagonist accepts the denial calmly, though the unease lingers. The vice commander abruptly leaves the chariot, expressing exaggerated gratitude as she rushes away. The protagonist watches her go, mildly puzzled. He never granted permission, yet her relief makes him feel like a hidden schemer receiving thanks for nothing. Leaning back, his his thoughts returned to the duel. The outer god vanished despite surviving the final strike. The unanswered questions linger, especially the meaning behind his final words. His attention shifts to the item left behind. The Belt of the Forgotten One. He remembers it from the game, an accessory obtained by defeating Thultis, doubling attack power while also doubling incoming damage. However, this time an additional inscription appears within it. The one who carries on the will must head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. He does not recall that phrase existing before. Perhaps Kahara holds the answer. Deus soon approaches, agitated over the mage's abrupt departure and ready to act recklessly on his lord's behalf. The protagonist dismisses the idea calmly, though he senses Deus growing increasingly impulsive. 2 weeks later, in Kurtham, the capital of Caliban, the northern expedition formally concludes. Deus reports the subjugation results to the king. The Ring of the Mad One is safely returned. The protagonist parts from Deus after receiving generous rewards from the king, funds that replenish everything he spent simply surviving. Before they separate, Deus hesitantly wonders whether he can one day become as strong. The protagonist reflects that Deus already possesses extraordinary talent with the sword. Even before the descent of beings tied to the 5 deadly sins, such natural ability is overwhelming. With enough effort, strength will come. He assures Deus of that. As they prepare to leave, Deus questions why he is asked for favors instead of being ordered. The protagonist answers simply, family is not commanded. Deus remains standing, silent and confused, as the chariot departs. Soldiers salute in respect. Inside, the protagonist reflects. Until now, Deus may have believed there was some ulterior motive behind the sponsorship. Originally, he did intend to prevent the awakening of the 5 deadly sins, but the support he gave was genuine. He now understands why people call parenting a thankless role. The scene shifts to Deus's mansion. Alone in his room, Deus reflects that he followed to repay kindness, yet only received more in return. He attempts to replicate the hand signs and magic from the duel, but nothing manifests. The failure leaves him discouraged. Then he recalls being called family. The word alone is enough to make him smile. As the chariot arrived at his estate, the protagonist stepped down and looked at his mansion, feeling a quiet sense of relief at finally being home after 3 months. Without wasting time, he headed inside and made his way toward his room, opening the door with his eyes still closed as he thought about resting. However, the moment he looked inside, he found a study filled with piles of documents scattered across the floor and covering the tables. Irritated, he immediately shut the door and moved away, realizing he had entered the wrong room. Letting out a breath, he quickly headed toward his actual room, thinking it would be better to leave before getting caught up in work again. As he walked, he recalled how things had been not long ago. After working continuously for many days, he had once resolved that once he cleared his backlog, he would take a break no matter what. He had accepted that the burden of responsibility was his to carry, yet still questioned when he would ever be able to live a peaceful, noble life. In the end, he did take a week off as a reward for himself. During that time, he stayed in complete isolation with Ivan, spending his days simply cooking, eating, and resting without disturbance. Back in the present, he lay on a sofa in his room while practicing ice magic. Even so, he could already feel the return of stress after just a week of rest, a habit he recognized as part of being overworked. His thoughts shifted to the matters left unresolved. He began considering the questions Thultis had left behind, particularly the mention of the ritual gestures and mysteries of a great forgotten god. Although he had heard of them before, his knowledge did not go beyond that. What troubled him more was the reference to the god of chaos, and how Thultis possessed a forgotten name similar to those of the Eastern gods. He also noted that it was the first time he had witnessed someone vanish in such a manner. As the thought deepened, he sat up, realizing a more immediate concern. If an outer god had appeared here once, it meant others might be able to do the same. That possibility posed a problem, even if it was still less concerning than the threat of the 5 sins, since gods at least gave warnings beforehand. He then took out his notepad and turned his attention to Kahala. Although he wanted to visit the city, he knew it was not yet discovered by explorers. Acting on that knowledge prematurely would only create complications, so he set the idea aside for now. At that moment, Ivan entered the room and called out to him. As he stepped inside, he noticed the unusual coldness and questioned whether it was caused by the magic. The protagonist acknowledged it briefly and observed that his control over the magic was improving, noting that the research he had conducted during his vacation was beginning to show results. After a short pause, Ivan informed him that a hidden city had been discovered in Colony. Hearing this, the protagonist was taken aback. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to Yusha, who stood before a magical crystal ball and concluded her task for the day. The five great sins were holding their semi-annual blue moon meeting through a crystal ball. These meetings usually ended within 10 minutes. During the meeting, Solrang mentioned that she had heard the great moon had visited Caliban and asked Deus what it was like to see him in person. Normally, Deus remained silent during such gatherings, so no one expected a response. This time, however, Deus spoke, saying he had actually wanted to talk about that matter. Raiden reacted with surprise, and Solrang was equally taken aback, questioning whether Deus was really going to speak. Without further delay, Deus began recounting the story. Time passed, and what was usually a brief meeting extended far beyond its norm. Nearly 50 minutes later, Deus was still speaking. He described how, when everyone had been overwhelmed with fear, the great moon stepped forward alone and challenged the opponent to a duel. Looking back, Deus believed the great moon had anticipated the incident and prepared for it in advance. He continued, wondering how the great moon had known about the duel, concluding that he must have known everything. As the explanation went on, Raiden and Rinna gradually became bored and irritated. Solrang also grew exhausted, trying to interrupt, but unable to keep up with the length of the explanation. Unbothered, Deus continued in a serious tone, emphasizing what he considered the most important part. He explained that no one could have predicted the final blow except the great moon, and described in detail how the attack had been prepared. By this point, Raiden and Rinna were completely disengaged. Solrang, unable to endure it any longer, inwardly called for help from Yusha. Yusha, maintaining a bright expression, simply remarked that the great moon was truly remarkable. Hearing this, Solrang became even more irritated, realizing there was no way to stop the situation. The meeting continued. 2 hours later, Raiden, Rinna, and Solrang were entirely worn out from listening. Only then did Deus conclude, noting that he had spoken too much and that they would meet again in 6 months. Yusha responded with a smile, saying the discussion had been enjoyable. In total, the meeting lasted over 3 hours, setting an absolute record. The scene then shifted to the protagonist's mansion. Inside one of the rooms, the protagonist came across a space filled with gifts and paused in confusion at the sight. Ivan picked up one of the items and identified it as an artifact from the deep floors of the Aberranth, noting that it alone could be worth as much as a mansion. After checking the accompanying letters, the protagonist realized he did not recognize any of the nobles who had sent them. The letters themselves were well written, and he understood that rumors about him must have spread, leading to this unexpected influx of gifts through a single connection. From experience, he knew that when something was offered, it was better to accept it. With that in mind, he decided to store everything in a secret chest. 1 week later, Ivan entered again with another gift, pointing out that the deliveries had not stopped for an entire week. The protagonist acknowledged it calmly, reflecting on how much influence could come from knowing a single Master Knight. He also noted, with some acceptance, that Deus had not contacted him even once. Another month passed. Ivan returned once more, this time carrying multiple gifts, remarking that the flow showed no signs of ending. The protagonist looked at him silently, now more confused than before. After a moment, he considered that it might be better to send back the more excessive gifts, as the situation was starting to become uncomfortable for him. At the beginning of summer, as the stream of gifts gradually slowed, the scene shifted to Tyria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, where the Grand Assembly was about to begin. The protagonist arrived in his chariot and hurried toward the assembly hall, concerned that he might be late to his first session. He wanted to avoid drawing attention for arriving late, moving faster than usual. From behind, Ivan noticed this and realized he must be in a genuine hurry. As Ivan glanced back, he was surprised to see several people following the protagonist, as if naturally trailing behind him. The protagonist opened the doors and entered the hall, only to find that most of it was still empty. Relieved, he realized he was not late after all. Recalling what he had learned beforehand, he noted that the royalists sat on the left and the aristocrats on the right, which meant the center should be neutral. Deciding it would be safest, he chose a seat at the back. However, as he turned, he noticed that many people were staring at him. Confused, he wondered how they had already gathered behind him when they had just been outside moments ago. Thinking that sitting at the back might be the reason for their attention, he moved toward the middle row, but the stares continued. Growing slightly irritated, he finally moved to the front row and sat down. At that point, he began to suspect that perhaps no one else wanted to sit in the front, and that they had been waiting for him to take that seat instead. Even so, he found little value in sitting so close to the faction leaders. Soon after, the Speaker of the Assembly began the session and announced that a new faction named Culpa had been granted voting rights. The protagonist, uninterested in the matter, simply hoped the meeting would conclude quickly. Then the Speaker called out to Count Palacio, identifying him as the president of Culpa. Caught off guard, the protagonist responded instinctively, confused by what he had just heard. He did not even know what Culpa was and wondered if he was the only one unaware of it. Turning back, he saw Lady Kalia and Lady Loria sitting together, both looking at him with calm smiles. This only added to his confusion. He began to piece things together, realizing that the alliance between Zenonia and Altea must have formed a faction, though he had not expected it to last. The name Culpa and his involvement in it made the situation even more puzzling. The Speaker then asked if he had anything to say as the president of Culpa. At that moment, the protagonist fully realized what was being implied, that he had been made the president of this newly formed faction without his knowledge, and was left in complete confusion. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the snowy mountains where the protagonist had defeated the god Erthultus. A mysterious hooded man inspected the area, walking toward the site that had been heavily damaged by the protagonist's strike. Stopping near the center of destruction, he observed the surroundings with interest and considered watching how far the protagonist would go. The scene then returned to the Grand Assembly Hall. The Speaker once again addressed the protagonist, asking if he had anything to say as the representative. Hearing this, the protagonist struggled to process the situation. He found it difficult to accept that he had suddenly become the leader of a faction without any prior knowledge, and the entire situation felt unreal to him. He remained silent. Seeing no response, the Speaker cleared his throat and decided to proceed with the assembly. Soon after, the atmosphere shifted as people began congratulating the protagonist on the establishment of the Cal faction. One by one, they approached him, shaking his hand and expressing their enthusiasm about being part of this new development. After some time, a group performed a dance in front of him as part of the celebration. Watching this, the protagonist began to suspect that he might only be a figurehead in all of this. At that moment, a voice from behind asked if he was enjoying the banquet. Turning around, he saw Lady Loria and Lady Kalia standing there with relaxed smiles. Kalia commented that everything had been arranged as close to perfect as possible, while Loria added that the outcome matched what he had intended. Hearing this, the protagonist felt increasingly overwhelmed. He recalled that one of them was the Duchess of Altea and the other the newly succeeded Countess of Zenonia, and that he had only spoken to them a few times years ago. Unable to reconcile their words with his own memories, he briefly wondered if there was some part of him acting without his awareness. Loria then expressed her gratitude, saying she was glad to repay him for saving her life. This only deepened his confusion, as he could not understand what she was referring to. After speaking with them further, he gradually pieced together what had happened. According to what he learned, an order, believed to have come from him, Alan Palacio, had initiated an alliance between the two houses, leading to the creation of the Cal faction through instructions sent to Zenonia. Some nobles had opposed this, which resulted in a limited number of allies within the faction. At the same time, those who sent gifts to him as the supposed head of the faction were accepted as members. Realizing this, he became certain that he had never intended any of it. Holding his head in disbelief, he recalled that he had only sent what he thought was a simple apology letter. The confusing replies he had received earlier now made sense, but the misunderstanding had already grown too large to easily resolve. Based on his experience, those who operated from the shadows often interpreted things in unusual ways, and accepting all those gifts had only reinforced the situation. As he considered the personalities of the nobles involved, especially those of the Zenonia family, he grew cautious. For the time being, he decided to accept the position and wait for an appropriate moment to step away from it. At that moment, Lady Loria asked the protagonist what he planned to do next. He paused briefly, unsure how to respond, realizing he knew nothing about politics, and trying to come up with something that would sound appropriate. After a moment, He gave a vague but confident answer, saying he would begin by dealing with the underworld. Without waiting for further discussion, he immediately excused himself, stating that he had other matters to attend to, and left. As he walked away, he hurried his steps, deciding it would be better to leave before being asked anything else, since he did not have any real answers. He quickly exited the assembly hall and reached his chariot. Ivan, seeing him return so soon, reacted with confusion. As the protagonist got inside, he immediately asked whether Ivan had been the one who sent the letter. Ivan confirmed, though uncertain, and mentioned that he thought it had been for a banquet, which made the protagonist's early return seem unusual. The protagonist told him not to look back and instructed him to head to Colony right away. The scene shifted back to the Grand Assembly Hall. Lady Kalia and Lady Loria stood together with glasses of wine. Kalia noted that the protagonist had left as expected after saying what he needed, reflecting that she had already taken control of the underworld in her own territory and considering what it would mean to unify it further. Loria responded that it would be interesting and expressed that she was looking forward to seeing what he would do next. They quietly toasted. The scene then shifted to the protagonist traveling in his chariot. As it moved forward, a light brown-haired boy appeared in the air, watching the chariot while idly spinning a magical pen. He identified the protagonist and observed that it would be easy to kill him at that moment. However, he considered the complications that would arise if the Master Knight intervened, recalling the rule given by his leader to avoid creating overwhelming enemies even if the reward was high. Even so, he believed this particular mission might justify an exception. The scene shifted to the past. In the southern region of the Asura Kingdom, at Duke Kamalan's mansion, the same boy entered through a large open window. Inside, Carmine, the Duke's third son, was seated and immediately recognized him as an agent, implying that the boy would also know who he was. The boy responded by pointing out Carmine's connection to the Seeker. He was a member of the Agents, an assassin organization from the Federation Kingdom known for possessing swordmaster-level skill. Without hesitation, the assassin swung his magical pen toward the soldiers standing behind Carmine, releasing multiple attacks in a single motion and eliminating them instantly. He remarked that unnecessary observers were not allowed during a mission. Carmine, unfazed, acknowledged his strength and proceeded to make a request. He asked the assassin to eliminate Count Palacio, referring to himself as the tyrant of Ashutalin, and implying that the request should not be refused. The assassin responded casually that as long as the payment was sufficient, there would be no failure, even if the target were royalty. However, he then questioned whether Carmine could actually afford the cost. In response, Carmine produced 4 magical cubes. Seeing them, the assassin was visibly surprised, recognizing them as abyss entities rather than mere abyss orbs. The assassin examined the abyss entities in silence, recognizing them as rare items that Duke Comalon distributed only in very small quantities on the black market. Unlike abyss orbs, which merely enhanced physical abilities, these entities could grant special powers and were traded at extremely high prices. Having experienced a fragment of their power before through his leader, he understood their value and considered how much stronger he could become by using them. It was one of the reasons the agents had risen to the top. After a brief pause, he told Carmine that he would give his answer soon, then leapt out of the window and disappeared. Left alone, Carmine reflected with a cold smile, convinced that Count Palacio would not be allowed to live peacefully after what he saw as an insult. The scene shifted to another mansion. The assassin stood respectfully before a white-haired man and asked if taking the mission would be acceptable. The man was Duke Comalon, known as the Seeker, the head of the nobles of the Ashutalin Kingdom and the power behind the underworld of the Federation Kingdom. Comalon remarked that he had been curious about what his son had been planning after stealing the abyss entities. Hearing this, the assassin recalled his leader's warning not to oppose the ducal house under any circumstances, despite how tempting the reward was. Comalon then dismissed the matter, stating that he had heard nothing and ordering the assassin to leave. Realizing that this meant silent approval, the assassin felt relieved. Before departing, he asked whether he should convey regards to their leader. Comalon allowed it, seeing it as a convenient excuse for the visit. The assassin exited through the window. Soon after, a man dressed in black appeared before Comalon. When questioned, he reported that they could not exert influence over the Asteria Kingdom. This man was Shutro, a major underworld figure of the Ashutalin Kingdom. He explained that the Cal faction, led by Count Palacio, was rapidly expanding, making interference difficult. Komalan noted that this situation saved him the trouble of acting personally and considered the timing favorable. The scene shifted back near the protagonist's chariot. The brown-haired assassin hovered in the air, still observing his target while spinning his magical pen. Focused on the reward, he prepared to act, remarking that the abyss entity would soon be his. As he aimed his pen toward the chariot, he showed no hesitation. Before he could strike, his hand was suddenly severed by a precise attack. Shocked, he turned, but before he could react further, a beam of blue energy descended from above, slamming him into the ground and creating a large explosion. He was left severely injured. At that moment, Eli Ban appeared in front of him, calmly signaling him to stay quiet and stating that struggling was pointless since he could no longer move. With a simple motion, Eli Ban finished him. As he walked away, he remarked casually that there were no hard feelings. He then moved across the hills, following the protagonist's chariot from a distance to ensure his safety. Noticing the fallen magical pen, he commented that if the target had not been the Count, the outcome might have been different. Finally, he broke the pen and tossed it toward the sky. The scene shifted to a barren desert, where scorching heat filled the air. The protagonist was traveling through it in his chariot alongside a caravan. Sitting inside, he struggled with the heat, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Even after 5 days, he had not adjusted to the environment. Ivan, drenched in sweat, remarked that having an ice crystal would have helped, though he knew how expensive they were. He then brought up the ice magic the protagonist had practiced at the estate, suggesting he use it here. The protagonist refused, explaining that he could not risk using it carelessly, as a mistake could lead to serious consequences. Still, he admitted that enduring the heat was just as difficult. Despite that, he believed joining the caravan had been the right decision, since they were unfamiliar with the desert. Beside their chariot, a red-haired girl sat in another carriage. Noticing the protagonist looking in her direction, she questioned him sharply, asking what he was staring at. When he reacted in confusion, she accused him of behaving like a peeping Tom. She was Lyanna Gulls, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a rank 4 mage. The protagonist denied her accusation, but she dismissed his response, assuming he was pretending ignorance and associating him with a blue magic tower. Irritated, the protagonist chose not to engage further, deciding it was better to keep a low profile. Ivan, meanwhile, pointed out that her carriage was equipped with several ice crystals, which only reinforced the protagonist's decision to avoid unnecessary involvement, given her background. The scene then shifted. In another part of the desert, a man was struck down by a chained weapon. As his body fell, the attacker pulled the weapon back, revealing a group of bandits who had already killed several guards from the Red Magic Tower's group stationed nearby. As more members of the group reacted, attempting to fight back, the bandits quickly took control. Their leader had already captured Lion and held a blade to her neck. He addressed everyone calmly, warning them to cooperate if they valued their safety. One of the surviving members recognized the symbol carried by the bandits and realized they were the Bloody Sand Bandits. The situation worsened as it became clear that even Lion had been captured before she could act. The bandit leader, pleased with the outcome, remarked that capturing the daughter of the Tower Master was an unexpected gain. He tightened his hold on her and taunted her while maintaining control of the situation. Lion struggled to breathe, her body reacting to fear. She tried to speak but could barely manage it. Internally, she realized that her past trauma was affecting her again, leaving her unable to steady herself in a moment. Suddenly, a cold breeze spread across the desert, lowering the temperature of the entire area. The bandit leader was caught off guard, while Lion noticed that, for the first time since being captured, she could breathe more steadily. At that moment, the protagonist appeared. Seeing him, Lion was surprised. She recalled her earlier impression of him, how she had judged him as someone with barely enough mana to qualify as a second circle mage, and assumed he had only benefited from circumstances during the battle against the Outer God. From the beginning, she had viewed him with distrust. But now, as she sensed the energy around him, her perception began to shift. The protagonist activated his spell, turning the surroundings into a freezing zone. A surge of cold and dense energy spread outward, lifting and scattering the nearby bandits into the air. The technique he used combined multiple forms of magic, something that required precise control and a high level of mastery. Lion immediately recognized what he had done. Combination casting required linking multiple spells with different structures, and its difficulty increased with each added layer. Normally, such control was only possible for a mage of at least the 5th circle. Yet what she was witnessing contradicted that expectation. Before she could process it further, the bandit leader threw her aside and rushed toward the protagonist, attacking with both blades. In response, the protagonist calmly combined 2 spells. With a simple motion, he froze the bandit midair, stopping him completely. Without hesitation, he followed with another spell, shattering the frozen body into fragments that fell to the ground. Observing the outcome, he understood that bandit groups like this typically scattered once their leader was eliminated. Addressing the remaining members, he gave them a clear warning. Unable to withstand the pressure, they panicked and fled the area immediately. Lion remained where she was, still trying to process what had just happened. The rumors she had dismissed earlier now seemed far more credible. The scene shifted. Later, 2 surviving members of the Red Magic Tower, who had been saved, approached the protagonist with wine and food as a gesture of gratitude. They spoke appreciatively, insisting that such offerings were insignificant compared to what he had done for them. After thanking him again, they bowed and took their leave. Watching them go, the protagonist noted that everything had proceeded as expected. Nearby, Ivan was focused on eating, while the protagonist reflected on his magic. Reducing the penalty had proven effective. The spell he had developed during his vacation, Snowy Lands, combined space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic simultaneously. Although its effect was limited to transforming the surroundings into a cold zone, it had proven useful in this situation. The protagonist reflected on his recent use of magic, organizing the conditions in his mind. Casting in extreme cold, near-death situations, and during battles against higher beings had all reduced the penalties he usually faced. Even so, combining 3 spells into one for an effect that lasted barely a minute was still inefficient. As he held his magical belt, he noted that the combination itself worked well, and the belt had increased his power. What remained was finding a way to deal with the penalty issue more effectively. At that moment, Lion approached him. She bowed and admitted that she had misjudged him, offering a sincere apology. Ivan was surprised by her sudden change in attitude. Lion then hesitantly asked if she could discuss magic with him. The protagonist found the shift unexpected, given her earlier behavior, but chose not to dwell on it. He accepted her apology and allowed the conversation. Ivan, observing this, was impressed by his composure. From then on, their discussions continued throughout the journey and proved engaging, even for him, despite his unconventional approach to magic. Eventually, they arrived at Colony. After parting from her companions, Lion thanked him for what she had learned and asked if he would attend the upcoming conference. He explained that he was not affiliated with any magic tower and therefore had not been invited. She then suggested that he join the Red Magic Tower, having found their exchanges worthwhile. He declined politely, though he acknowledged her offer, and they parted on good terms. As he watched her leave, he noted that his own objectives aligned with being in this place. Ivan soon returned after handling their carriage and luggage and began to mention their next destination. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. The blast caused casualties and left others injured. Before they could fully react, a streak of golden lightning struck another building, triggering another explosion. Ivan immediately drew his sword and moved to shield the protagonist, trying to assess the situation. Then, without warning, someone approached from behind. A girl leapt onto the protagonist, holding onto him tightly. Surprised, he turned and recognized her. It was Sealrang. She greeted him enthusiastically, saying he should have informed her of his arrival, and noting that the area was filled with troublesome individuals. Ivan, unfamiliar with her, remained confused. Sealrang reassured the protagonist that she had already dealt with those who had been targeting him. Known as the Golden Flash and one of the 4 Baba Yagas in Colony, her presence immediately drew attention. She continued holding on to him as she spoke, clearly pleased to see him after receiving his letter. Around them, onlookers reacted with shock, recognizing her and wondering about the identity of the man she was treating so familiarly. As she pulled him along, the protagonist watched her actions carefully, uncertain about the extent of what she had just done. After arriving near the mansion, Sealrang pointed toward it and explained that it was her guild, a place reserved only for her own people. Without waiting, she ran toward the entrance and urged the protagonist to follow. Ivan, observing the size of the place, was surprised by how large it was. As Seal Rang entered, everyone inside greeted her respectfully, welcoming her back as their boss. She immediately turned to one of her subordinates, Raug, and asked whether anything unusual had happened in her absence. He assured her that everything had been quiet, then greeted the protagonist and Ivan, mentioning that Seal Rang had been waiting for their arrival for a long time, even sitting at the entrance of Floney every day. Seal Rang moved energetically, jumping as she spoke, while the protagonist calmly noted that she seemed to take good care of her guild members. At the same time, he observed that she had difficulty staying still. She responded that they were her family and that she did not need anyone else. However, she suddenly paused, realizing something, and awkwardly added that this was after her actual family and after Yusha. The protagonist acknowledged her words, while she clarified that, despite their connection, they were not related by blood. He found it unusual that, despite barely interacting with her before, he seemed to hold a high place in her regard. Deciding not to overthink it, he prepared to move forward with his purpose. Turning to Ivan, he asked if he was ready. Ivan responded confidently, indicating that he was. A short while later, Ivan brought in several gifts and placed them on the table. Seeing them, Seal Rang became visibly excited and immediately offered to help. The protagonist pointed out that he had already explained the situation, but she brushed it off, saying that even if they were not family, he was still her benefactor. As she spoke, she equipped her magical gauntlet and added that it was thanks to him that she had been able to gather her tribe together. Watching her, the protagonist reflected that whatever influence he had built seemed to be working as expected. It confirmed that there had been something effective about his approach, and he was satisfied that things were progressing smoothly. Without hesitation, Seal Rang lifted him and began carrying him toward another room, insisting that he should rest after such a long journey. As they moved, she casually asked about the desert, dismissing it as nothing but sand. The protagonist gave a brief response, while Ivan brought up the return trip, mentioning both the heat and the ambush they had encountered. Seal Rang paused at the mention of an ambush. When the protagonist explained that they had been attacked by the Bloody Sand Bandits, and that such incidents were common for caravans, her expression changed. She fell silent for a moment, then smiled in a way that suggested she had already made a decision. The scene shifted. At the hideout of the Bloody Sand Bandits, a large criminal organization, Seal Rang arrived alone. She moved through the area without hesitation, eliminating the bandits one after another. Reaching a tent, she assumed others were hiding inside and entered immediately. Those inside were subdued just as quickly. Looking ahead, she identified someone she believed to be in charge and addressed him directly. The man, trembling, drew his sword and tried to assert his position, claiming to be related to a higher authority and warning her about the consequences of opposing them. Seal Rang looked at the trembling man and pointed out that he had attacked her benefactor first. She added that she disliked being reprimanded, then raised her hand slightly. With a simple motion, a massive explosion spread across the hideout, destroying the entire area and eliminating all remaining bandits at once. The scene shifted back to the mansion. The protagonist woke up in his room and, still lying on the bed, learned that the Bloody Sand Bandits had been completely wiped out. Seal Rang explained it casually, saying that now they would not have to encounter them again and that the problem had been resolved. He was left trying to understand what had happened overnight. Seal Rang leaned closer and stated that she had handled everything herself, expecting praise. As he processed this, he recalled that the Bloody Sand Bandits were supposed to be a large organization with hundreds of members at night level, something that had once been treated as a major event. The scale of what she had done did not match his expectations. While patting her head, he acknowledged to himself that the title of Baba Yaga carried far more weight than he had initially thought. It became clear to him why she was considered someone who could eventually embody the sin of pride. The scene then shifted to the Colosseum in Cologne, a well-known arena marked by countless battles and the enthusiasm of spectators. A duel was taking place inside. A man dressed in blue cut down multiple opponents with a single strike, leaving the arena covered in the aftermath of the attack. As he finished, the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating his victory. He was Kalman, one of the 4 Baba Yagas of Cologne and the one who had held that title the longest. The scene shifted again. Kalman sat in a room, commenting to himself about the number of foolish people around. At that moment, Raug entered and agreed with him, remarking that it was unrealistic for anyone to think a few hundred men could defeat a Baba Yaga. Kalman recognized him and noted that it had been a while. Raug then informed him that the Bloody Sand Bandits had been wiped out by Seal Rang. Kalman stated that he was already aware. Raug questioned the connection, referring to the rumor that the bandit leader was related to Kalman. Kalman clarified that it had only been a rumor he created himself, and that he had kept the man around merely to maintain order in the underworld. Raug sat down, noting that his expectations had not played out as planned. Kalman continued, explaining that he had avoided direct confrontation because it was nearly impossible for Baba Yagas to defeat each other in a fair fight. However, he admitted that he still could not tolerate Sealrang's actions in Koloni. He then reasoned that using the narrative of a brother's death and revenge would be a justification the public could accept. Seeing Raug's presence as a sign of readiness, he handed him a box, signaling the next step in his plan. Raug looked at the box with confusion. Kalman opened it and explained that it was a gift from the Seeker, something that could grant power if used. He spoke of their next steps. Once they dealt with their target, they would take control of Koloni's underworld and gradually extend their influence toward the royal authority. He then suggested testing it, curious to see how long Raug would be able to endure its effects. The scene shifted. 2 days later, the protagonists set out for the ancient city of Kahala under the guild's protection. As they reached the ruins, Sealrang informed him that they had arrived. After stepping down from the chariot, the protagonist moved toward the cave entrance and stated that he would proceed alone from there. Sealrang accepted this without concern. He and Ivan entered the cave, moving deeper inside until Ivan noticed a faint light ahead, indicating their destination. Soon after, they arrived at the remains of the ancient city of Kahala. As Ivan reacted with amazement, a voice echoed, addressing the protagonist directly. He paused, uncertain if he had heard correctly, but the voice called out again, instructing him to come to the tower if he could hear it. Realizing that this was meant for him, the protagonist told Ivan to wait outside and proceeded alone toward the central tower, a place that had not been accessible before. Inside, a black, energy-like entity appeared and welcomed him, noting that the ability to hear its voice meant he possessed at least a minimal level of divinity. The protagonist responded by referencing what he had learned from the god of monstrous strength, connecting it to the situation. The entity moved closer, acknowledging that he knew its true name and remarking that this encounter had been worth the risk. However, it stated that it had nothing to teach him at that moment. The protagonist focused on the term divinity, trying to understand its meaning. The entity explained that divinity was the standard by which the world judged an individual. It then informed him that an outer god would soon descend and that he would need to deal with it. When he asked what would happen afterward, the entity replied that only then would he meet the conditions required to speak further. It added that, since someone more capable than those who merely imitated magic had appeared, it would share something useful. It explained that magic was not just casting, but a structured system made up of incantation, logic, and manifestation. Through incantation, something was invoked. Through logic, it was shaped, and through naming, it was brought into existence. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that the concept of logic was entirely new to him. The entity noted that this was expected and stated that it would teach him a single piece of proper magic, beginning with the concept of logic. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Sealrang stood near the cave entrance, watching it with growing unease. The silence of the desert made her more anxious as time passed, and she began to wonder if something had happened to the protagonist. Suddenly, a figure cut through the empty landscape at high speed. Kalman arrived. Without hesitation, he moved toward her guild members and began attacking them, cutting them down one after another. The sudden violence broke the stillness of the area. Sealrang turned at the disturbance, only to find that several of her members had already been killed. Kalman stood there, holding the head of one of them casually, treating it without care. Recognizing him, she reacted immediately, anger rising as she questioned how he could act like this outside the Colosseum. Kalman responded with amusement, pointing out that she had also acted freely when she destroyed the Bloody Sand bandits. He then revealed his motive, claiming it as revenge for his younger brother. Without slowing down, he moved again toward the remaining guild members, intending to finish them. Sealrang intervened instantly. Moving at extreme speed, she placed herself in front of him and blocked his attack with her gauntlet, stopping him before he could strike again. Her anger was evident, and she made it clear that she would not allow him to harm her people. Kalman, however, remained calm, as if this reaction was expected. As she demanded what he meant, preparing to retaliate, the situation shifted suddenly. From behind, Raoul drove a sword through her chest. The unexpected attack left her stunned. Blood filled her mouth as she struggled to process what had just happened. Turning her gaze toward him, she could not hide her disbelief. Raoul, showing no hesitation, remarked that her reactions had been predictable. Sealrang, shocked and unable to accept it, questioned him, unable to understand why he had turned against her. Sealrang had always held deep affection for those she considered her own. Memories surfaced of her guild members speaking warmly about her, calling her kind and dependable. She had always responded by telling them that it was only natural because they were her family. Since leaving the orphanage, she had carried those memories with her, the time when the descendants of the Golden Mane tribe lived together. She had wanted to reclaim that sense of belonging, to gather her kin again, even while holding onto her goal of taking revenge on the black dragon that had destroyed everything. Though the Golden Mane tribe was known for its reputation among hybrids, the reality behind it was more complicated than it appeared. Back in the present, she stood wounded. She forced herself back into motion, creating distance as she steadied herself and questioned how this had happened. Raoul approached her calmly, dismissing everything she had built as nothing more than a facade. Before she could respond further, Kalman rushed in and attacked, telling Raoul to stop delaying and finish it. Sealrang met the attack directly, their fists colliding and releasing a powerful shockwave that pushed both of them back. Kalman accused her of deception, but did not stop. As he advanced again, he was confident in their advantage, knowing that Raoul had enhanced his strength using the abyss. Sealrang's anger rose, and golden lightning began to gather around her body. Both of them moved again at high speed, clashing midair. The impact created another burst of energy that spread through the surroundings. At that moment, Raoul released a concentrated attack from behind, aiming directly at her while declaring the end of the fight. Caught off guard, Sealrang reacted at the last possible moment, twisting her body midair and narrowly avoiding the strike. Raoul advanced again, his sword infused with dark energy, pressing the attack while claiming that the power he had gained would be enough to overwhelm her. He struck repeatedly, but Sealrang blocked each blow with steady control. Shifting her focus, she used a large stone as leverage, launching herself forward and delivering a direct kick to Kalman's face. The impact sent him flying into a rock formation behind him, leaving him visibly injured. Raoul, watching this, realized that even with his enhanced strength, he still could not match their level. Kalman forced himself up, coughing as he steadied his body. His attention shifted toward the cave entrance, where the protagonist was emerging. Recognizing him as the person Sealrang had called her benefactor, he immediately changed his approach. Seeing an opportunity, Kalman rushed toward the protagonist at high speed, intending to use him as a hostage before eliminating him. At the same time, Sealrang moved to intercept Raoul, but her body suddenly stopped responding mid-motion. The delayed effect of the earlier strike had taken hold. Raoul, noticing this, explained that the sword he had used was coated with Kamenas's poison, which would immobilize her for at least an hour. As she struggled against it, unable to move, he continued speaking. He questioned her belief in the bond she had built, pointing out that many had only followed her because of the authority granted by her connection to the Golden Mane tribe. To him, her strength had been nothing more than luck, and her idea of a united family was misguided. Sealrang, weakened but conscious, acknowledged that her strength had drawn them in at first. However, she held onto the belief that, over time, they had truly become a family. Raoul dismissed this and signaled forward. At his command, several guild members appeared behind him, their weapons drawn and directed at Sealrang. Their hostility made their stance clear. Seeing them, Sealrang realized that the betrayal extended further than she had expected. Raoul raised his sword, preparing to finish her, stating that the power she held should belong to someone more deserving. Before he could act, a sudden burst of energy struck the ground nearby, forcing everyone to react. Raoul turned, just as another attack followed. The protagonist had intervened. His strike had already reached its target, Kalman, piercing through his chest and leaving a visible wound, halting his advance entirely. At that moment, Ivan drew his sword and rushed toward Raoul, delivering a strong strike. Raoul blocked it and flipped backward to create distance, clearly unsettled by the sudden pressure. Before he could reassess the situation, the protagonist stepped forward, releasing a dense aura of red and blue energy. As he observed Raoul more closely, he noticed traces of black, smoke-like magic and realized that abyssal entities had been used, something that should not have appeared at this stage. Without wasting time, he moved to Seal Rang and poured a high-grade recovery potion over her. Noting the betrayal around her, he reassured her that only a few among her people were likely involved. Though shaken, she listened as he added that the comrades she had introduced earlier had genuinely seemed loyal. Her expression softened for a moment as her body began to recover. After a brief pause, she steadied herself, wiped away her tears, and regained her focus. When the protagonist asked if she could hold them off while he prepared a spell, she agreed without hesitation, stating that her family was waiting for her. Seal Rang and Ivan immediately advanced together, engaging the traitors and cutting them down one by one, preventing them from interfering. Behind them, the protagonist began gathering energy. Snow, water, and cold air condensed around him as he initiated his magic. He was aware that he could only cast one more time and focused on forming the spell carefully. Recalling what he had learned inside the ruins, he concentrated not just on incantation, but on structuring the logic behind the spell. The energy around him began to stabilize as the formation took shape. As the process completed, countless snowflakes formed in the air, cracking and resonating as a large ice crystal materialized in front of him. From within it, a massive spear of ice began to emerge. Drawing on his magical tool, he finalized the structure of the spell, refining it into its true form. In the next moment, the ground itself responded. Numerous sharp ice formations erupted upward, spreading across the battlefield and covering the entire area, overwhelming everything within range. The protagonist directed the formed ice spear toward the remaining traitors. Raug immediately sensed the danger and rushed forward, intending to disrupt the spell before it could be released. Before he could reach the protagonist, Seal Rang stepped in front of him and blocked his path, preventing any interference. At that moment, the protagonist completed another layer of his spell, reinforcing the structure he had already built. With everything aligned, he released the attack. The ice spear surged forward, cutting through the battlefield. Seal Rang held Raug back as the attack swept through the remaining traitors, striking them down in its path. Raug attempted to evade, but the spear adjusted its trajectory and pierced through his chest. Seal Rang moved away just in time to avoid the impact zone. Immediately after, the ground responded to the spell. Sharp ice formations erupted upward, spreading across the entire area. Within moments, the battlefield was covered in dense crystal spikes, pinning down every remaining traitor and leaving them unable to move. Raug was also caught in the aftermath, his body pierced and encased in ice. For a moment, it seemed over. However, his lips moved, and despite his condition, he forced himself free. Driven by obsession, he pushed forward again, ignoring the damage to his body. He charged towards Seal Rang, focusing only on taking control of her power. The protagonist reacted instantly and moved between them. As Raug swung his blade, the attack struck the protagonist instead, piercing into his abdomen. Raug, frustrated at failing to reach his target, pulled back. Seal Rang, seeing this, was shaken. The protagonist coughed, blood spilling as he struggled to remain standing. Her expression changed. Without hesitation, she rushed forward at full speed and struck Raug with a decisive blow. The impact ended the fight immediately, and his body collapsed where he stood. She then turned back to the protagonist, asking if he was all right. Out of energy, the protagonist sat down and let out a breath, assuring Seal Rang that he was fine. As he steadied himself, he assessed his condition. The injury itself was minor. The blade had only grazed him. The blood he had coughed up was due to exhaustion from overusing his mana. The spell had been effective, but its strain was greater than he had anticipated, enough to cause internal stress. A memory surfaced of Kalman mentioning that someone considered him an obstacle, though he set the thought aside for the moment. With Ivan helping him stand, he reflected that when facing opponents who had absorbed abyssal entities or even higher beings, his strength seemed to increase. For now, the immediate concern was not the battle, but Seal Rang. Looking at her, he considered how to respond. He did not want her to remain trapped in negative emotions. Seal Rang broke down, blaming herself for what had happened. She questioned why he had not avoided the attack, believing that it had only happened because of her. He responded simply, reminding her that she had said she could block it. Surprised, she asked if he had truly trusted her. He did not elaborate further, though his reasoning had been more instinctive than deliberate. Still shaken, she asked why he had stepped in to protect her, pointing out that he had been hurt because of it. He paused briefly, then answered in a straightforward manner that he did not need a reason to protect someone he considered family. She responded that her family was her tribe, drawing a clear distinction. Realizing the difference in how she defined it, he paused. After a moment, she spoke again, her tone softer, admitting that even so, she wanted to become family with him. Hearing this, the protagonist was caught off guard, recognizing the weight behind her words and the change in how she now saw him. Seal Rang stepped closer to the protagonist and placed both hands on his shoulders. With a sincere and straightforward expression, she told him that rather than simply calling each other family, she wanted something more definite. Since she was a golden mane and he was human, she proposed marriage. Both the protagonist and Ivan were caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation. The protagonist found it difficult to understand why she had reached that conclusion so quickly and chose not to respond. 5 days later, news of Kalman's actions spread throughout Colony. Many viewed his behavior negatively, while Seal Rang gained widespread support, eventually becoming the first among the Baba Yagas. The scene shifted back to her mansion. Seal Rang continued to bring up the topic, repeating her proposal with the same enthusiasm. When the protagonist remained silent, she pressed him for an answer, refusing to let the matter go. He found the situation difficult to deal with, realizing that unlike before, there was no easy way to avoid it. Although he had initially felt some satisfaction at how things had turned out, this development was unexpected. Seal Rang, still persistent, expressed her intention in a more personal way, saying she wanted to grow stronger and eventually marry him. The protagonist clarified repeatedly that he only saw her as family. However, she argued that marriage would make that bond real, insisting that she was serious and that she would make him happy. He, on the other hand, remained focused on a simple and peaceful life, with no intention of becoming involved in something so complicated. After some time, he prepared to leave. At the chariot, Seal Rang came to see him off, still dissatisfied, telling him that he should give her an answer next time. He gave a vague response, not committing to anything. As the chariot departed, she waved at him with a smile, watching until he was out of sight. Left alone, her thoughts shifted. She reflected on everything that had happened, how her guild had changed to match her ideals, how her people had reacted strongly to Rao's betrayal, and how simply gathering her tribe was not enough to create true happiness. What she wanted was a family that could trust each other completely, even in life-or-death situations. Realizing this, she understood that she needed to be more careful moving forward. As Seal Rang walked toward the entrance of her mansion, she began thinking about what to do next. She concluded that she needed to create a force capable of protecting her benefactor. With that idea in mind, she smiled to herself, convinced that this would allow them to maintain the kind of family she envisioned. The scene shifted to the inside of the chariot. Ivan reported that, after confirming with the Information Guild, there were no suspicious individuals aside from those connected to Rao. He added that he had already requested continued surveillance and updates. The protagonist acknowledged his work, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He felt a sense of responsibility, believing he could not allow anything to happen to Seal Rang after everything that had led to this point. His mind then returned to what he had learned inside the ruins. He had been told to deal with the outer gods, but all he currently understood was the concept of divinity. It did not seem sufficient on its own, and the mention of logic added further uncertainty. The more he thought about it, the more questions arose. The scene shifted back to the past inside the ruins. In another chamber beneath the tower, the black energy entity had guided him toward a location at the far eastern end of the stronghold, Kahala. There, he found a stone engraved with unfamiliar markings. Although he had never seen it before, he was able to understand its meaning. As he read, the inscription referred to various figures in symbolic terms. Those who valued honor, sought forgotten death, explored the depths of magic, possessed many hands, and consumed avarice and envy. After reading it, he realized that, much like in the game, these references were metaphorical. The mention of hands and avarice aligned with the 5 great sins. However, something did not fit. The roles of gods and outer gods appeared reversed. Typically, outer gods refer to beings born from belief or other worlds, while gods refer to the 5 great sins that existed from the beginning. Yet this record described the 5 great sins as outer gods. The scene returned to the present. Sitting in the chariot, The protagonist remained unsettled by this inconsistency, unable to ignore it. Ivan then shifted the conversation, bringing new updates about the others. He reported that Deus had defeated the first sword. The protagonist reacted with surprise, recalling how strong Reinhardt had been even before. The speed of this growth was unexpected. Ivan continued, saying that Rinna had become part of the three councils, gaining authority over the policies of Larthania. The protagonist acknowledged this as a significant achievement. He then mentioned Raiden, who had united the 5 archipelagos and become a pirate king, now carrying a massive bounty comparable to the first of his kind. Hearing this, the protagonist was visibly taken aback, struggling to process how far things had escalated. As Ivan prepared to continue with the next update, the scene shifted. At the semi-annual gathering of the 5 Great Sins, Sealrang appeared through a crystal ball and casually announced that she intended to marry the Great Moon. Rinna, Raiden, and Deus were all caught off guard by the statement, interpreting it as something far more serious than it sounded. Yusha, on the other hand, reacted differently. Hearing this, her expression hardened as irritation and anger surfaced. Yusha steadied herself, forcing her expression back into calm. With a controlled tone, she dismissed Sealrang's declaration as exaggeration and acknowledged that it was natural to admire someone like the Great Moon. Sealrang, however, did not soften her stance. She repeated her intention with confidence, saying she planned to marry him and believed she would make a good partner. Yusha's composure began to strain, though she continued to maintain a polite expression. Around her, Deus, Raiden, and Rinna noticed the tension and understood that she was holding back her reaction. Keeping her voice even, Yusha explained that such a thing was not possible, reminding Sealrang that they were shadows and could not stand beside him in that way. Sealrang hesitated, trying to process this, but questioned whether that truly prevented such a relationship. Yusha responded by reinforcing her point, emphasizing that their position did not allow it. For a moment, Sealrang seemed discouraged, but she quickly pushed back, insisting that what mattered most was the Great Moon's own will. Yusha replied by asking whether she truly believed he would choose her. Sealrang answered with confidence, recalling that he had not rejected her. She described a past moment when she had asked him directly if he disliked her, and he had denied it. Hearing this, Yusha's composure faltered, her reaction sharper than before. Deus, trying to understand, asked what had happened, prompting Sealrang to explain the situation in full. After listening, Deus reflected on his own experience with the Great Moon, recalling his calm and unwavering presence even in difficult situations. He admitted that he had once doubted him, but had since come to respect him deeply. He then expressed his resolve to grow stronger, aiming to one day stand as his sword after achieving his own goals. Sealrang, hearing this, responded with enthusiasm, saying she understood exactly what he meant. Time passed unnoticed, and the scene shifted. 2 hours later, the meeting was still ongoing. Deus attempted to bring the discussion to a close, but before he could finish, Yusha interrupted, firmly telling Sealrang that marriage was not possible. Sealrang immediately rejected that, insisting that it was. The exchange quickly turned into a direct argument, with both of them repeating their positions without backing down. Nearby, Raiden grew visibly irritated by the ongoing dispute, while Rinna calmly noted everything down, recording that asking Deus about the Great Moon led to long discussions, and that Yusha showed an unusually emotional reaction whenever the topic involved him. Raiden dismissed the notes, uninterested. The scene shifted. In a back-alley tavern in the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, Marquis Philboyd, leader of the aristocratic faction, and Duke Rimgrave, leader of the royalist faction, sat together discussing their next move. They agreed that the Cal faction had become a destabilizing force and needed to be removed. Rimgrave proposed involving the Holy Kingdom of Rosario by using a reformation letter, a formal accusation of heresy that required the support of multiple cardinals and carried significant authority. Philboyd acknowledged that it would serve as a strong justification and asked what Rimgrave wanted in return. Rimgrave requested half of the bribe needed to secure the cardinal's approval. With terms agreed upon, they finalized their plan and raised their glasses, leaving the remaining steps to be handled through the church. The scene shifted again. Inside a church in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, Cardinal Sergius sat alone when a woman entered. He greeted her, noting their rare meetings, and addressed her respectfully. He then stated his intention directly, asking for her name to support a reformation letter against Count Palacio. He assured her that creating a pretext would not be difficult and suggested using the suspicious death of Cardinal Viantra as justification. The woman was revealed to be Cardinal Yusha. She repeated his proposal calmly, confirming that he intended to use her name to eliminate the man she followed. As Sergius continued, inwardly confident about his scheme and the benefits he would gain, Yusha's demeanor changed. Without raising her voice, she activated her magic. Sergius's body began to twist under an unseen force. Overwhelmed by pain, he tried to react, but no sound escaped the space around them. Yusha, no longer concealing her anger, asked him directly whether he was suggesting that she eliminate the man she revered. As he struggled, she maintained control of the situation, making it clear that no one would come to his aid. Sergius lay on the ground, his body twisted and trembling as blood spread across the floor. Unable to endure the pain, he begged to be killed. Yusha refused, repeating that she could not grant that request. Instead, she increased the pressure of her magic, causing his body to contort further as he struggled to remain conscious. Desperate, he pleaded again, bowing and asking for death, but Yusha remained unmoved. She told him that there was something he needed to do first, and that attempting to harm the one she revered required punishment. As she intensified her control, she demanded that he recognize his sins. The scene shifted. 1 month after returning from the desert, the protagonist prepared to leave once again, this time for the magic conference. Ivan reported that preparations were nearly complete, and the protagonist acknowledged it. Though he still needed to investigate matters related to the abyssal entities and outer gods, attending the conference was unavoidable due to his position. He held onto a letter that had arrived 2 weeks earlier. When Ivan asked about it, he explained that it helped him stay calm. The letter confirmed his status as the leader of a faction and detailed the financial benefits that came with it, far greater than he had expected. He reflected on how he used to question why anyone would accept such a burdensome role. After seeing the compensation, his perspective had shifted. Whatever the structure behind it, the income it generated was beneficial, especially considering the state of his territory. Placing the letter carefully inside his coat, he moved forward with Ivan, now more accepting of his responsibilities. The scene shifted to the conference location in the Vridier Marquis. As he entered with Ivan, he observed the diverse group of attendees, ranging from warriors and merchants to clergy. He soon encountered Lady Kalia and Lady Loria, who greeted him politely. He responded in kind, though he remained somewhat tense. Standing with them and partaking in refreshments, he reflected on his current situation. Being associated with influential figures from the underworld made him uneasy, especially given the misunderstandings surrounding his position. Ivan then approached with urgency, bringing new information. Lowering his voice, he informed the protagonist that the leader of the royalist faction had received a reformation letter and had been taken to the Holy Kingdom. The protagonist reacted calmly, seeing it as one less concern, and casually shifted his attention back to his surroundings. At that moment, someone approached them. As Lady Kalia questioned the interruption, the man stepped forward. It was Marquis Philboyd. He appeared distressed and unsteady, then suddenly bowed before the protagonist, admitting defeat and pleading to be spared. The entire venue fell silent at the unexpected display. Even Kalia and Loria were visibly surprised. From Kalia's perspective, such an act carried significant meaning. In the political world, bowing like this was equivalent to yielding authority. As Philboyd remained in that position, despite his discomfort, Kalia reassessed the situation. To her, it appeared as though the protagonist had anticipated everything and remained composed throughout. And Sealrang continued her own efforts, training on her own in preparation for becoming a wife, what she believed would be her future role. Marquis Philboyd remained bowed, his voice strained as he admitted defeat and pleaded to be spared. In his mind, he recalled what had led him here. A few days earlier, he had received a strange letter along with a crystal orb. The letter resembled a reformation letter, and the orb contained a short recording. When he activated it, he saw Duke Rimgrave bound and being tortured by an unseen force, his body twisting under the pressure as he desperately apologized and urged him to read the sacred letter and look toward the sacred moon. The message ended abruptly, and the orb cracked. When Philboyd opened his own letter, it contained only a single warning: he was next. The meaning was clear to him. Even without being a true heretic, Rimgrave had already been destroyed. That meant the situation was no longer political. It had become something far more dangerous. Convinced that Count Palacio was behind everything, he realized that he had no way to resist. Back in the present, Phil Boyd lowered himself fully, placing his hands and head to the ground in complete surrender. He declared that he would abandon politics and asked only to be allowed to live in peace. The protagonist watched in confusion, unable to understand why all of this was being directed at him. Glancing toward Lady Kalia and Lady Loria, he suspected that this situation was connected to them, though he had no clear proof. Meanwhile, both women observed him calmly, their own interpretation reinforcing the belief that everything had unfolded according to his design. As a result, the earlier suspicions surrounding his position as the head of the Cal faction began to fade among those present. The scene shifted. 3 days after the conference began, the protagonist left for the Eastern region to attend the Magic Conference. While walking through the marketplace with Ivan, he mentioned that Phil Boyd had also received a reformation letter and had been taken to Rosario. To him, it simply meant that the situation had resolved itself. Ivan, however, was confused and asked whether the protagonist had been responsible for sending it. The protagonist denied it immediately. Ivan reminded him of something he had said earlier about being lenient, interpreting it differently than intended. The protagonist realized that his words had been misunderstood, as he had only been trying to avoid an awkward situation at the time. The scene shifted again. In Larthania, known as the City of Labyrinths, exploration and guild activity dominated daily life. Inside one of the labyrinths, a group advanced cautiously. A young member expressed disbelief that someone could defeat 1,000 enemies alone, while his companion explained that guild leaders operated on an entirely different level. Leading them was Alderic, the head of the Iron Blood Guild. He dismissed the exaggeration, telling them not to expect anything unusual this time. As they moved deeper, another member confirmed that their mission involved capturing a monster on the 20th floor. Alderic acknowledged it, noting that while the reward had been high enough to accept, it was unusual, since floors divisible by 5 were typically considered safe zones. Alderic remained confident as they advanced deeper into the labyrinth. Even if the situation turned out to be a trap, he believed it would not matter. Having already explored beyond the 50th floor, he saw no real risk. He reminded the group that the payment had already been secured, so even failure would not result in a loss. After some time, they reached the 20th floor. The brown-haired girl scanned the area and pointed toward a figure standing at a distance. The others looked over and dismissed it immediately, assuming it was just a goblin. They treated it as an easy target, even joking about finishing it quickly to claim the reward. The figure turned toward them. Without warning, it responded with hostility. With a single motion of its finger, a sharp burst of energy cut through several guild members instantly, eliminating them before they could react. Alderic froze for a moment, then rushed forward, attempting to strike back. Before he could land an attack, the same effortless gesture split him apart. In an instant, the entire group was wiped out. The being they had underestimated was no ordinary creature. It was the arrogant king of hungry demons, beginning its rise toward the surface. The scene shifted. At the venue of the Magic Conference, a massive central tower dominated the surroundings. Ivan looked up in astonishment at its scale, while the protagonist observed it calmly, noting its unusual height and the strange feeling of seeing something once familiar now existing in reality. At that moment, Leanne arrived with her companions and greeted the protagonist, offering to guide him inside. She explained that the official program would begin the next day and led him through the building. When he asked about the library, she directed him toward it, while Ivan headed to the break room, as he was not permitted inside certain areas. As they walked through the corridor, raised voices echoed from a nearby room. One voice expressed frustration, while another responded dismissively. The protagonist paused, confused by the argument. Leanne, already familiar with the situation, explained that it involved the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower. Inside the room, the argument escalated. A member of the Green Magic Tower challenged the Blue Tower's vice master, Penia, who responded with complete confidence, dismissing his abilities outright. Enraged, he declared that things would be different in the future. Moments later, Penia stepped out of the room and noticed Leanne. She began speaking casually, but stopped when she saw the protagonist. Her demeanor changed immediately. Recognizing him, she bowed and greeted him respectfully. The protagonist responded calmly, acknowledging that it had been some time since they last met, and asked how she had been. Penia, still maintaining her respectful posture, answered him without lifting her head. The protagonist told Penia there was no need to be so formal. She hesitated, unsure whether she should speak casually, but he left the choice to her. She thanked him and kept her tone respectful. The sudden change in her behavior shocked the mages from the Green Magic Tower. They could not understand what they were seeing, as nothing they knew explained it. The protagonist then remarked that mages should get along. In response, Penia immediately approached the Green Tower members, bowed, and apologized, suggesting they put the matter aside. With that resolved, the protagonist took his leave. Penia saluted him and quickly disappeared using magic. Watching this, he noted that her behavior seemed to become more unusual each time they met. The Green Tower members remained stunned, silently staring at him. He found their reaction confusing and moved on with Leanne toward the library. Leanne commented that Penia only behaved politely in his presence, calling her difficult otherwise. The protagonist questioned that description but did not press further. They reached the elevator, where members of the Violet Magic Tower stepped out. One of them, Baruch, greeted Leanne casually and then turned his attention to the protagonist. Leanne introduced him as Count Palacio and told Baruch not to be rude. Baruch introduced himself as the son of the Purple Tower Master and greeted the protagonist before leaving, remarking that he would win Leanne over eventually. After he left, Leanne warned the protagonist not to engage with him, explaining that he was known for taking others' research to elevate himself despite being only a rank 4 mage. The protagonist acknowledged this, though he noted internally that reaching that rank at such an age still indicated talent. He reflected on how significant the differences between ranks became at higher levels. Leanne then directed him to the library on the 38th floor and parted ways. After arriving, he entered the vast library, where books floated through the air using magic. Taking in the environment, he focused on his objectives. First, he adjusted broken clocks, setting them all to the same time in preparation for a later condition. Then, he searched for a specific black book without a title or author. Once he found it, he opened it and reached inside, revealing a hidden space within the pages. From there, he retrieved an item known as the nail guard. The scene shifted to the next day. At the grounds for friendly matches following the Green Magic Tower's presentation, an announcement was made. Count Palacio had been challenged to a duel by Baruch. Hearing this, the protagonist was caught off guard, unsure how the situation had escalated to this point. The protagonist glanced at Leanne and recalled what she had told him earlier, that Baruch constantly bothered her and even brought up marriage. Seeing her worried expression now, he understood the reason behind the challenge. Baruch stepped onto the stage and addressed him confidently, framing the duel as a chance to learn from someone involved in defeating an outer god. Internally, however, he saw it as an opportunity to elevate himself. With the protagonist's reputation growing rapidly, Baruch believed defeating him would bring immediate recognition. Judging him to be only rank 3, he assumed the rumors were exaggerated and that this would be an easy victory. He mocked the situation, provoking him further. The protagonist's expression hardened slightly. Though he remained composed, he decided to accept the duel. Both of them took their positions as the announcer set the rules, prohibiting lethal magic, and gave the signal to begin. Baruch immediately gathered violet energy around his staff, preparing to end the fight quickly before his opponent's perceived weakness could be exposed. However, before he could act, a sudden drop in temperature spread across the arena. He hesitated. Looking down, he realized his feet had frozen to the ground. The cold spread rapidly, restricting his movement. When he looked up, he saw the protagonist standing atop a formed ice structure, surrounded by sharp crystalline formations. The protagonist raised his hand and began casting. Moments earlier, outside the arena, Baruch's father had already been skeptical of the rumors surrounding Count Palacio. Even after hearing about Penia's behavior, he had assumed it was exaggerated. Observing the protagonist's mana capacity, he had concluded that the rumors were likely false. Now, watching the duel unfold, that assumption collapsed. The entire arena floor had been frozen over in an instant. From the center, the protagonist maintained control of the field, continuing his casting with precision. The scale and stability of the magic drew immediate attention. Observers began to realize what was happening. This was not a simple spell. It was a combination of multiple magical structures executed simultaneously. Even experienced mages struggled to process it. For someone at a higher rank, such a manifestation would already be difficult. Yet the protagonist was maintaining it without visible strain. Baruch's father, now fully aware of the gap, could not understand how such control was possible. The difference between expectation and reality had become undeniable. Using the bracelet and the nail guard he had retrieved earlier, the protagonist activated two additional effects: crystal formation and rotational control. Ice began to gather and swirl tightly around Baruch. Realizing the danger, Baruch tried to raise his staff and form a defensive spell, but the cold pressure intensified before he could complete it. From the audience, some mages recognized the structure forming, identifying it as a high-level offensive technique. Panic spread through the crowd as the ice compressed further. In the next instant, the formation collapsed inward. Baruch was completely frozen before he could react. The announcer declared the result. Count Palacio had won. The protagonist stood calmly as the arena fell silent. Later, inside one of the tower's rooms, several mages gathered around him, asking how he had constructed the spell. Baruch's father approached as well, apologizing for asking about what might be a proprietary technique. Others speculated that the method resembled ancient hand-based catalysts thought to be lost. The protagonist answered briefly, pointing out that the logic behind the spell Baruch used had been outdated. When he casually stated that he was only rank 3, the others dismissed it as modesty. Uninterested in continuing the discussion, he excused himself and left the room quickly. In the corridor, he finally paused. He reviewed the item he had obtained, the nail guard, also known as the Memory of the Black Eye. It allowed him to store a spell and reproduce it with amplified output. Combined with his ring, it significantly reduced the limitations he normally faced, letting him use more of his available casting capacity. He reflected on the nature of glory of the snowy mountains. Rather than simply boosting power, it functioned by freezing the surrounding air at the moment of manifestation. Recalling the explanation about magic logic, he began to understand that proper structure allowed direct interaction with the laws governing magic, rather than just modifying outcomes. The more he learned, the more possibilities opened up. With that in mind, he decided to continue his preparations. After returning to the 38th floor, he entered the library again. A voice greeted him, noting that he had arrived on time and solved the previous condition. He responded calmly, stating that he had come to continue. A blue energy gathered in front of him, forming a structured shape before taking on a human form. The figure introduced itself indirectly through its presence, an archmage from a distant era, known for both fear and reverence among mages. Recognizing her, the protagonist understood who he was facing. He remained cautious, preparing his magic discreetly in case of danger. Her presence alone carried enough pressure to justify it. As their energies came into contact, he prepared to engage with the situation. However, instead of hostility, her reaction shifted unexpectedly. She appeared uneasy. Before he could fully process it, she hastily produced a red chest and offered it to him, as if trying to resolve the encounter immediately. Without waiting, she disappeared. Left alone, the protagonist lowered his guard and looked around, unsure what had just happened. There was no sign of anything unusual nearby. After a moment, he accepted the outcome and focused on the item he had received, deciding not to question it further.